In this video, we are going to plan out my planner for 2026, I think. Hi, I'm Kristen, and I post functional planning videos and simple goal setting videos on my channel. If you're like me and you need a gentle reminder to just keep it simple, please make sure you're subscribed, and I'll be right back. Okay, so I was sitting at my desk and I started jacking around with my planner, and I decided to put it on these bigger discs from Plum Paper. These are metal discs that I got last year. I actually don't really care for the metal. I don't like how it clunks on the desk, but they're bigger, and I'm having a problem with these plastic discs that are not made for planners. They're made for like the plastic sticker storage, like clear inserts from Planner Kate, and so I'm having a lot of trouble.
What would you like me to help you with?
I was not talking to you, Alexa. Anyway, I don't know why she thought I was talking to her, but they're not made for paper, I don't think, and so I'm just having a lot of trouble turning the pages. And so I decided to try these metal discs that I have from Plum Paper to see if I like them. Plus they're bigger, so I can put more on here. And I don't know though. I know that was one of the things I didn't care for when I did tried a disc planner earlier in the year. I just don't like the clunkiness, and I don't like the way they feel or something. I don't know what it is. So I may look into getting different discs, like Happy Planner discs maybe, which I do have a set, but I'm using them on something else. So I don't know. Anyway, that was just something I needed to note. But since I was already kind of taking the planner apart, I thought I'd turn on the camera and talk through this with you. I don't know, because I don't know what I'm doing. And so I don't know, I thought it would be fun to do it with you. And so I've already gotten a bunch of stuff in here. This was just a piece of paper. It was a notepad from the Daily Grace Co. And I was using the other side of it as a piece of scratch paper. But I needed those notes, so I punched them and put them in there. That's why that looks like that. But let's just start moving these over and just talk about, I don't know, what I want to do for 2026, because when I first started using this, I was trying to see if I would like the Sunday start of the coiled planner that I got. And I don't think I'm gonna adapt to that very well. It's not a problem, it's just that, I don't know, I just don't think I want to. And now that I'm using this and the disc system and just having it in this larger size, since I don't take my planner with me, that works out. I'm kind of leaning towards printing out the Monday start version of this, of the home planner, and using that. And so I figured I need to kind of start figuring out the printing situation, because this is going to be a lot of pages to print, and it's going to take a while, you know. And if I order it from the same place where I got this printed, I want to go ahead and get that kind of figured out and started now, so that I have the planner in time before January starts, you know. So right now we're in the first week of November. I figure it'll take me probably like a good week to figure out what I want to get in here. Well, not really. Hopefully I could get it all figured out in this video and kind of make a list, but I need to get in and like rearrange pages, and there's some things that I want to like make myself, and that's the beauty of this size planner and the disc system in general, is that I can make my own printouts and punch them using my I use this big Happy Planner punch, and then just put them in my planner, right? And so, you know, I'm gonna need to do that. Uh-oh, I forgot to turn my phone on silent, sorry about that. So yeah, that's just kind of where I'm at right now. I figured I will add all of these pages, and then we can start kind of going through what I need to print out, because I also have the money planner, which I've already printed out or had printed. I ordered the prints from Cheaper Copies and did it on the 32-pound like bright white paper option. And they did a really good job, and it looks very professional. It looks way better than anything I've printed out on my cheap copy paper. Although I am considering purchasing like a ream of the better paper and just seeing how that works too. And I'll probably do that regardless. And then that way I can just print off any of the pages I want to add to my planner with that. And then just save the cheap paper for all the little random, like printing out recipes and stuff like that. And yeah, anyway, I think regardless of whether or not I print the whole thing or have Cheaper Copies do it, I do want them to print my dividers, because when I did this one, I only did the dividers for October, November, and December, and then the covers, because I didn't know if I was going to like it, so I didn't want to pay for all of the covers, or not all of the cover, all of the dividers. And this is a plum paper pocket, double-sided pocket. Yeah, and anyway, so I didn't want to pay for that if I wasn't going to use them, right? And so now I think I'm going to be using them, and so I want them all to match. And then I just think that will be more economical to have them print it, and it's like on like a slick kind of cardstock versus like a matte cardstock that I already have. Here, I'll show you. I need to put these down. I don't know where to put them. So this is like the divider here, and it's smooth and slick and glossy, and it's different from the cardstock that I have. So I want them all to match, so I'll probably get the other 9 printed here, and then maybe have the money planner cover printed. I had them print it here, and I laminated it, so I guess I could just do that and then put that in the back, And then the work planner as well, I have printed it on my cheap paper. This is an 8x10 sticker organizing sleeve from Planner Kate. I just put it in here to hold anything bigger than that would fit in this pocket. And actually put it up at the top so it's not sticking out the bottom. Yeah, so anyway, I lost my train of thought when I picked this up. Oh, the work planner. So I want to go through and see how I want to arrange that, because I still don't know if I want to have it separate or if I want to have it in each month. And if I have it in each month, I'm going to need to do some rearranging of like the PDF and everything so that, the pages line up right. Okay, and then I have taken out here, this is all of October, which I didn't really use a lot, and so I'm just going to use this piece of scratch paper that says October notes. This is like the other side of the calendar. I'm going to use this to kind of take my notes on for what I want to add to my planner here. And then these were the original like beginning pages I took out because I wasn't using them. So these are for 2025, and like this one's not for 2025 because it's just, it's plain or whatever, but this specifically says 2025 on it, and I don't know, do I need to reprint that? And this says 2025 financial goals, but I don't think there's anything different between 2025 and 2026, so I don't know if I need to print a new one of those. The thing is, I didn't really think about this whenever I had this printed, is that this is the 2026 Bible reading plan that they're doing with Passionate Penny Pincher. It's the Old Testament, and that's actually already printed on the 2025 thing. So, I may just, I don't know, not care that these are 2025. Anyway, let's just put them back in here so we can flip through this correctly. Oh, the pages are already turning so much more smoothly. I think that was what I needed to do. Okay, let's put these in here, which I guess I didn't need to do one at a time, but yeah. Okay, and then this notes page goes into here. So this I should have reprinted with the 2027, or sorry, the 2026, 2027, and it will have a Monday start with the Monday planner. So that's another thing that, okay, so let's start making, I think I did that back here. Yeah, okay, so let's start making some, or let me move these out of the way actually. I was starting to get ready my list, the recipes I want to make for Christmas cookies this year. Normally I just take regular recipes and just swap in the King Arthur measure for measure all-purpose flour that's gluten-free, and then I use dairy-free butter or the butter flavored like shortening stuff. But I think that's basically what's going to happen with these, because this Meaningful Eats is the blog where I got all these, and she uses the same King Arthur measure for measure flour that I love in all her recipes. So it's probably going to be about the same, but she's already like tested them all, and so these will turn out using that flour, and so then I don't have to worry about not, them not working. So all of my cookie recipes are from her, except my usual Toll House, the bag of chocolate chips from Toll House, that recipe on there, the chocolate chip recipe, that I just use that and then just sub in the gluten-free flour and the dairy-free butter and the dairy-free chocolate chips. And that's just our favorite. We love it, and I don't need to change anything on that. So these, I actually don't have like a big enough pocket. So that's another thing I'm gonna have to do, is figure out how to make a big 8.5 by 11 pocket. Or I could think maybe, do we think this will punch through something like this? I'm not going to try it yet. I don't think it will. I don't even think I can get this in here. But what if I take like one of my son's he has a bunch of like old plastic folders from last year, and he got all new ones this year. I wonder if I could just cut them and make them one side and then punch through it. I'm going to try that. So that'll be another video. I'm not going to do that now, but we'll talk about that later. All right, let's get this figured out. Okay, I'm going to keep using this cover, I think, because what I did whenever I printed these, instead of having the covers like the blue, that's the other side, I printed this. This is like the back of that striped cover, and I just went ahead, whoops, and I printed them front and back, because now I could go like this, right, and I can use that. So I have different options, and the same with this side here. That's why I have this. It's the same one, so I could have it front and back, or I could use this one on the front instead of the other quote one. So I have a couple of options. I think I will just kind of keep it there. I may have some of the other covers printed. I think I have one of the old ones, because I did buy this in like 2023 or something like that. I'm going to look through there, so let's put that on the list. Look at older covers, print more. And then I will do that whenever I order from cheaper copies, when I do the dividers. Because it's the same. I do the gloss cardstock for those. And then January through September dividers. Okay, so that's our first note. Let me put this back on here. So this is from Avery, and it's sticky. It's like a sticky note. You can pick it up and put it back. I'm just keeping stencils in here for now. Like, I love the stencil that came with the coiled planner, but of course that doesn't work on discs, so I just keep it in here. Unfortunately, you can't get these anymore that I know of. I've looked and looked. Over the years, I've been using these constantly. My mom actually gave me this pack of these. I feel like I have one more somewhere and I could show you it. I got all kinds of stuff out to look at recently. There's just stuff everywhere right now. Okay, these are just some other stencils I had gotten out. I know I saw those. Oh, here it is. Okay, so it's an Avery, like, stick-on thing. You can't get them anymore. I think they were already discontinued when my mom gave them to me. It was a Martha Stewart collection. They did like a collab with Martha Stewart like 1,000 years ago. And my mom loves Martha Stewart. Anyway, she had bought them, like everything they had at like Staples or Office Depot or something like that. And then she gave them all to me, especially because it's my color that I love. Anyway, these, I have found similar ones from Avery, and I will link them in the description if I can find them again. I feel like you have to look for them on eBay, and they're not the same ones, but they're similar. They're this kind of concept where you can peel and stick and like move it. Anyway, I love these things for stuff like this. It's the best. I don't know why they got rid of these. And if we know anyone at Avery, if anyone out there watching this video knows anyone at Avery, let's figure out how to make these happen again, because so many people want them. I want more. I have this one, I'm like hoarding it because this one just keeps sticking, and I'm like, when I have to use this one day, I'm gonna be so sad because it'll be my last one. Anyway, here's this. So I'm gonna need, I don't even know if I need to reprint this. As much as I love this concept with the helpful hints, I don't think I need to reprint it. I didn't do any of this because I printed this, in October. And so I have like this whole year of checklists that I don't need to reprint, but this one says 2025 on it, and it has the 2025 dates. So it's kind of sad. I wish I would have thought about this when I originally printed this and not printed the stuff that said 2025 that I wasn't going to use. I didn't really think about it, and I thought, well, if I don't use it this year, I'll just use it in the new planner, but there's specific things to 2025 in here. So that means the 2026 ones, where's that coiled one? Let's see how that's different. Okay, so you see I'm rambling, and I'm not, there's no plan for this video, and so hang in there with me. Yeah, so let's see. Let's look at this again and see what the difference is, and see if I need or want to have it say 2026. So it just says 2025, 2026. Before you get started, here's a few helpful hints. Look for 2 columns. Everything is the same except where it says 2026. And you know what? Maybe if you got one of these in 2025 and didn't use it or something, and you want to redate it and use it for 2026, you can see what's different. This is all the same. Make your bed, exercise, delegate, menu plan, thankful. Yeah, so that's all the same. And then written budget, savor the season. So that's the difference. This is talking about the scripture reading plan, and so obviously that's going to be different from year to year, but I don't necessarily really need that. It's okay to say no, which we have. It's like the same message, it's just updated for 2026, and then these are the same as well. Okay, so this is not something I really need to change. The only difference is where it says 2025 and then 2025 there, and then of course the scripture plan, which I know we're reading the Old Testament. This, I'm not going to get confused by that, so I might just ignore that and leave it. This is the same as far as oh wait, I didn't print that. Here we go, spring cleaning checklist. This is all the same. I don't think there's anything new. Other than like, because this is bigger, I have more space, like I can add things. But it's all the same like tasks for spring cleaning, and there's nothing specific to 2025 that I can't use in 2026. And then let's see, this is the same as well. Except again, because this is a bigger page, I have more room, like extra lines. Okay, so far so good. And then the weekly home project, I know that's different because, I don't have the company is coming checklist because I just don't need that. And I figured I'll just print it out. I'll just print it out if I need it during the year, but I don't anticipate. The same with the vacation checklist. We're not planning a vacation for next year. We're going to use that money for other things this year coming up. So then I have the Christmas checklist, which I have printed back to back. So I am going to need to print a new one, but that will be something that I print on my own. But what I did, and here's a tip for you for setting up your planner if you're doing a printable version. I had it printed. Whenever I had this printed, so ignore that, that was something I printed out. I had, you have the calendar, and then normally it just jumps right into your weeks, right? So instead of that, just because I know I like extra notes pages, I moved and duplicated the notes pages in my months. I moved and duplicated the notes pages like that are throughout the planner and I put two after the month. That way I would have it wouldn't go directly into that first week of December. And then I would have a spot to add pages if I needed to. So for example, in December, I have my Christmas checklist in December where I need it. And then of course, since it's discs, if I start working on Christmas, in November, I can easily take it out and move it where I need it. But then this way it's not like breaking up a week, right? So that's a tip that I have for you. If you're gonna print out your planner, add the notes pages after the calendar. Add two notes pages after the calendar so that you have a spot to put things. And then of course it's a notes page. So, if you don't think you would need a notes page, you could print the Christmas pages and have those be printed just directly here so that you can see them together. I like that it's on one so that I can move it where I need it. And it stays together and I don't have to move two pages, So anyway, that's where this is, and that's not anything different. Yeah, so that's fine. I will just need to print a new one, and I'll just probably do that closer to the end of 2026 whenever I need that. So that's not something that I need to have printed. Okay, here, let's write this down. I'll put 2026. Can you even see what I'm doing? Okay. Christmas check list. All right. Now, weekly home project schedule. This is where we need to go back to the front in my disc planner. Oh, these are already turning so much better. Okay, so that was the problem. It was either the size of those discs or just that they weren't meant for this. Okay, where were we? We're up here somewhere. Okay, spring cleaning, yard maintenance. All right, here we go. Weekly home projects. Obviously, this is gonna be different. I could easily just white out these dates. Ooh, I already did that. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Anyway, I could easily white out these dates, and then that way it's not wasteful and I'm just using it. The thing is that it's slightly different. So like on this one, the last one, we have enjoy your family. And in 2026, it's clear and print device photos. So it is slightly different because we have that extra week in 2026, I think, isn't it? Week 53 in 2026. So in the actual planning pages, it's going to have the right one. I think I do need to reprint this. Weekly home projects. So I will need a new one of those. So then I guess I need to I could just reprint all of these. I don't know, maybe I'm being, I don't know. My brain is like, what do I do? Okay, emergency prep checklist. These all look pretty much the same. And they don't say anything specific to the year. So what's on the other side of here? Monthly checklist, okay. So that one doesn't have anything specific either. So I don't have to print that one out. But the bill payment schedule I will, because I've obviously already started using that. And I need to update that because my Disney Plus is not 20, it's like 22. Which isn't a big deal, but yeah, and that already came out. So did Google. Let's just check that off. Oh, and so did my hosting. And my Adobe will probably come out this week. Anyway, oh, the course came out. The Adobe will probably come out like today or tomorrow. And then I haven't finished writing all my sinking funds in because I'm kind of changing up how I'm doing my budget. So I just left it there. Anyway, bill payment schedule I have, and then personal goals. Oh, I still haven't put my phone on silent. All right. Okay. So these specifically say 2025 on them. This is not, wait, hold on. Here we go. That's not where we were. Personal goals is the same, but it's on the back of this, so I will need to do a new one. Personal goals. And this is something I need to figure out which one thing I want to be intentional about this year. I need to pick the one thing. Okay, and then here is all the same, and but this is again the one that is on the back of this 2025 situation. So what is in the 2026 planner? Okay, so I moved some stuff around, it looks like. Like I moved this, and I don't even have this, or maybe I put it in the end. I think that's what I did because I didn't need this because obviously it's like already the year end, and so I just put it in the back so that I could use it for forward planning, I think is what I did. So let's look at that. Let's look at what the back. What did I do back here? So I have this 2026 year at a glance and 2027, and I did it again. So that's what it was. I wanted this all to be on one page so that I could take it out and write everything I needed to write for 2026, and then that way I could just pull this out and use it in the new planner. That's why I kind of like set it up that way. The problem is I want it to be a Monday start, so I still need to reprint it. So we do need the Monday year at a glance. And then in the regular lineup, how do they have it? They have that on the other side of the goals page facing this. I think we can leave it that way. The reason I did it this way was just for function for the end of the year, and then being able to move this and use it like to set up the new planner and just have the one page. I do like that they're facing each other here, so when the planner is open you can see all the dates and then write it in. Yeah, so that's what we will do. Look at how easily that turns. Although my back cover did just pop off when I did that because I did it one-handed. Whatever, I'm just gonna leave it. All right, so the year at a glance and the important dates. And I'm just gonna make a note that I want them facing each other, so not to move them around. Just kind of keep them where they're supposed to be. And then what's supposed to be next is this. So this is where I need to decide, is that necessary? I could just use these as notes, like keep this so I don't have to reprint this, and then just cover this with like washi and stickers and just make it a notes page. That's what I'm gonna do. So we're gonna do, I'm gonna need to print the new home projects and financial goals. Although now I'm thinking about it, I could print the 2026 versions of these back to back. So then I'll have 2 pages for home projects. And then 2 pages for financial, like the goals and thinking. I kind of like that, and then I can keep using these. What's on the other side of this? And then that's what I wanted to keep this. Okay, I think that solves that problem. I'll just cover these like with washi and like stickers, which I have cute stickers for financial stuff especially. And I do have a home, so I have stickers from Cultivate What Matters that for home stuff and for financial stuff. So like a whole sticker book just for home stuff and a whole sticker book for financial stuff. And so I can kind of cover this and make it cute. Okay, that solves that problem. Let's put home projects and finances, and I'll just make a note to say back to back. Okay, moving on. We don't need to do anything with this. I'm just gonna leave it and it's good. And then we have this notes page, and then this is a year at a glance, which I don't need, but whatever. I'm not gonna need anything here. Yeah, and then I don't even need to do anything with that. And then I will have, right now this is the work planner, which I'm not gonna show you because there's just too much stuff I would have to blur out. But then we go into like November, which this is actually the October divider that I have for the work planner. I just covered where it said October with a piece of washi I can just take off. Okay. And then in the months, I think it's fine the way it is. I like doing the, let's put months here. I need to move that to December. I just realized I wrote that in this list. The Christmas checklist. Okay, so for the months, I do want to add 2 notes pages immediately after calendar. Okay, one thing I want to note though is that the work planner comes with the notes pages in the work planner. And remember, I have the printable version of this too. The notes pages in the work planner are these super cute ones that are like already checklists. And I think I'm gonna print these instead of these ones that just say notes at the top. And then when they're facing each other, they are so cute and they're different. So like the design is at the bottom here and then it's up at the top on this side. That's what I think I want to do. The money planner, I don't think, let's look at what their notes page is. I don't have the printed version of the money planner, but I had it printed, and I'm pretty sure I left, I don't know, a couple of notes pages, and this is what the notes pages look like in the money planner. I think I prefer the work planner notes pages because I really like the checklists and the florals on that. So we're gonna change to using the money planner notes pages. And so when I say I'm gonna like rearrange everything, I do that. I have Adobe Acrobat. If you don't pay for an Adobe PDF reader, you most likely have Adobe Reader, which is just like the free version. And I don't know if you can move pages around in that. I can look at that, but you need to leave a comment and let me know if you want me to help you figure that out. I was considering making a video showing how I move all this stuff around. If that's something you want to know, like so that this gets printed on the back of here. It can be kind of confusing, and if you just need a visual of it, let me know, and I can try to make a video about that. But if it's like common knowledge and you're like, duh, and obviously I don't need to make a video. So that's why I want you to tell me if you're, even if there's only one person that wants to see it, I'm willing to make the video. But anyway, so I do still want to do that, and I'll use those money pages in here instead. And then we will go into the weeks like normal, and everything is fine. I think the one thing I've realized as I'm using this is that I need a to-do list that's not divided by days. I need a long-running to-do list, and for that, what I need to do is get just a notepad and punch it. So here's one. This is an Erin Condren one. I need to take these and use up this stationery that I have and punch it. And so let's see, I think I have, that's why I have the washi here. I've tried to do this before. Basically, I just want to line it up to where I am punching it evenly so that it like sits nicely in between the discs. Which I think right there is probably good. So this is what I need to do, is I need to have these. And so that's something I'm gonna need to do for like each month, is at least get like a to-do list punched and put in so that I can basically move this around and just, instead of here, where were we? In here, I was using this page as my to-do list, right? But then I have to keep flipping back to it, and then I have to rewrite things on the list. And I thought I could use a sticky note, right? I have obviously print sticky notes and all that, and I have these that I could use. But honestly, I think this is the best thing. So basically, instead of writing it on this page, I would write it on here and then put it in the month or in the week that I'm in. And then I can be working off of that as I'm looking at my week. I can check things off instead of having to find a day and like move it over and rewrite it. That's my solution for that. And I'm not going to print anything special for that. I have a whole drawer full of notepads, and they're all smaller than this. They're all like this size or like this size. And so that's perfect. So that's not something I need to worry about printing. So yeah, let's go ahead and just stick this here, and I can make the note to, let's just kind of put it up here. Punch, notepad, paper for monthly to-do list. Okay, and then I could do that for each month, especially because like I don't think I have any in this drawer right now, but like certain ones, certain notepads I have are seasonal or whatever, like this is cute for like summer or whatever, you know, so I could put one in each month that goes with the season and it'll just be fun, right? Okay. And what else we were doing? So, but other than that, I think the weeks are fine. The other thing is, I kind of wanted to move like the budget page. So let's go in a clean month that I haven't like written on. So this is December's. Okay, so there would be a divider here, but we have the budget page faces the divider. And also the budget page, a lot of this, because we do our budget differently, and I'm really just tracking my own personal stuff like extra expenses. So like I'm not tracking the mortgage and all that kind of stuff in my budget. So a lot of the page doesn't really get used. And so I'm considering redoing the budget worksheet and just kind of making my own printable version that has what I need on it. So I also can look at what the money planner has. What does the money planner have? Let's go to a month in the money planner. So in the money planner, we have the monthly overview, which I actually really like this, and I like the little challenge. And then this is the budget worksheet, the planning page, and then this budget worksheet, daily spending, monthly review. So I might actually just put these in each month. And I wouldn't have the whole planner set up to, like, it's gonna add a lot of bulk, so I would probably only have like the next 3 months worth of stuff in there. All of the monthlies for every month, and any of like the supplement pages that go with that month, like a notes page. But probably store the weeks separately so that I have room for stuff like adding these extra like 3 months of budgeting pages and work pages. But then I would still have the planning ability with the monthly calendars for the rest of the month. So anyway, with that being said, I could take the monthly money planner. Can you hear that? They're doing the yard and that's super loud. Anyway, hopefully that won't be too obnoxious. They shouldn't be here for too long. I might just wait. So we have, I think what I'm gonna do is at the end of this, at the end of the weeks, instead of having the back go straight into budgeting, what do we have? Okay, so this is a month. I could do the monthly review. And then in the work planner, is there a monthly review? In the work planner, let's see. There is, okay. What if I do a 2-page spread of monthly reviews? And then I'll still have my monthly review that's on the back of my power sheets. We have biggest money win, biggest win. What did you waste money on? What would you have done differently? What could you have done better with your money? What was fun? What would you do? What change do you make? Okay, I like this. This is very generic. Even though this is a work planner, this is very much like the one you get in the power sheets on the back of your tending list. Which I have one in here. We can look at my November tending list. This is such a mess. Here, this is the monthly review. And it's not a repeat. Like this has like songs, what you read, and action steps on your goals that you're proud of, gratitude, like everything. So there's a lot of prompts here. That's really cool. So, okay, what I'm gonna do is this is a lot. I need to write this down. I'm gonna forget if I don't. And all of these pages are out of order now. What did I do here? Monthly review for January. This goes here. Okay. All right. In the new planner, I've got to put this cover back on. In the new planner, I want to put those monthly review pages for both of them. For the work planner and the money planner, I want them next to each other. So let's go back to the end of a month here so I can kind of see what I'm doing. All right. So after the weeks, on the back of the weeks, I'm going to do my 2 monthly review pages. So after last week of the month, insert monthly review. And is this something I'm going to need to reprint? Yikes. Do I? It is, because if I punch it and put it on this side, that doesn't work. Okay. Although, all right, so I want it to be on the left. We have the work one, and on the right, we have the money one. So basically it'll look like that. And then we'll turn the page and go into the money planner stuff for that month. And then that way, this will still have the money stuff on it. So when I take it out, I can store it all together. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm kind of thinking, what if I move all the... Okay, wait. This will just be a notes page. The other thing I was thinking, let me rethink this through. Let me move this because I don't really need it. On the money planner, I kind of don't really like how this is at the end of the month. I want to see it like up in the front of the month. So as I'm planning each week and I'm looking at all those monthly pages, I am seeing my budget and I'm able to kind of do that budget review, looking at it and like seeing those money pages, I think. And so let's go through, let me get a whole month's worth of money pages here. Okay, so this one's for February, but whatever, it's a whole month. All right, so, and that includes this here. So we have the monthly overview and the like challenge for that month, the money challenge, and then planning for that, and then the budget worksheet, and then the spending, and then the review. Okay, so what I think I would be doing instead is moving these up to the front. So let's get back to the front here where we have our month. Okay. And then we go into our budget planning for the month. And remember, we already have these notes pages inserted, so we can put anything we want in here. And it's not gonna like mess up the weekly flow. So we could take the monthly overview. Let's see. What do I want on like one page together? So these would be facing each other in the money planner. And then this one is planning. What are you working on this month? Is there a project in your home that needs to be completed? I might swap these around so that it's like this, so that these face each other. See how this has like planning stuff, and then this is planning too, but like there's like checklists and stuff. That's why I think it would be good to have up in the front of the month. Like this. And then like this. And then daily spending. And then basically we'll put that here like this. And then this other side, instead of the monthly review, it would be a notes page. Right? Oh, wait, but what if we did like this? So instead of having the plain side here, which I don't even know if that was how it was supposed to be, if I just removed a notes page. But we have our notes page from the back of the calendar, and then we have our monthly overview, and then our planning, and then that would be here like this, and then our spending. This is where I'm having the trouble is, what is on the back of this? Is it the planning? Like it's this here, and then you turn it here, and then the next page facing would be this page. And then this, because we need these together, so we've got to have something. So where do I want the budget worksheet to go? I kind of want the budget worksheet to be on the back of the spending ledger. So I don't know what okay, so let's work backwards. So we want budget worksheet, and then we want spending and spending facing each other. And then, right, where was that? Like that. The budget worksheet now is there. I know this is super confusing. And then on this side, instead of the budget worksheet, we have these have to face each other. Do they have to face each other? Can they be on the same, like back to front, and then that way it's just one page that can get moved around? Do these have to face each other? I feel like I don't spend enough. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Yeah, let's make those face each other. These are back to front. Okay. So we have the budget worksheet, then this, and then we go into the planning. My brain is dying. I'm like losing the momentum I had figuring this out. Okay, I think we'll keep, I like the monthly overview and the planning together versus these. I like the idea of having these together. So the next facing would be here. I think my problem is that I don't have a page. I need a page here, and I feel like it doesn't make sense to have the money challenge I say challenge, but it's just kind of like every month there's like a different like financial focus that you can do. Like in February, it's getting your emergency fund prepared or whatever. I feel like it doesn't make sense to have that be before like the basic monthly planning. I think we're just going to do this. We're going to have the monthly overview, and then we're going to turn the page and have the planning and then the challenge. Plan well, and then the challenge. That's it. Okay, that's the order. That's fine. I'm sure that did not make sense. I feel like the problem is I've already got this printed. So am I really just being dumb here? Because this is already printed and I could just keep it the way it is. I just wanted the budget worksheet to come earlier, I think. I wanted the monthly review. Maybe I just reprint this page. Or I don't need to at all because I probably won't even use this second page of spending. I'm making it too hard on myself. And I already printed this whole thing and it feels like a waste to not use it if I'm reorganizing everything. I don't want the month, that's the problem, is I don't want the monthly review up here at the front of the month, but I wanted all the other money stuff to be at the front of the month. Okay, I think we leave it there. I think we just leave it and don't reprint any of this because it's silly. I paid to have this printed, so let's ignore that. And then we're gonna ignore this too because I already have that, although I do need to print the work monthly review, which will just be let's keep the work monthly review facing this. So it won't be the left side, it'll be the right side. And then we will do left is a notes page. No, it's not. Oh goodness. Okay. I don't need to print anything for the money stuff, but I will need to print the work monthly review with a notes page, the left notes page on the back. And then that way it will end up looking like it'll end up with the notes pages looking like that. And then it will go into the weeks. Okay. Wow, that was really complicated for no reason at all. I was just trying to like reinvent the wheel instead of keeping it simple. I already have it ready. Okay, so budget, I don't need to print anything. I'm gonna write down that this is already printed. What did I do at the beginning? Hopefully I have the beginning pages where they can all stay together and I don't go straight into January. perfect. Okay, so like all of these can get punched, and whatever I need to keep in the planner, I can, and then everything else can kind of get filed for reference. Okay, well that was silly and not necessary. Now the work planner. Let's go to some spots in the work planner that I don't have anything written that I can show you. The work planner, I am going to print some of these beginning pages, like we've got these routine tasks and monthly goals and all that. I'm going to have those printed. Those will all just slot in, I think up here with the front matter. And then I'll just have a little tab for that, maybe. Or I'll just have a tab for that in the back. It's just the weeks on these. I don't know. Let me find a blank week. So here's a blank week that doesn't have anything written on it. And this one is, I don't anticipate needing this enough that I should just print it and put it in the planner. So here's the work planner. I could just show you this. All right. I like that it was blue the year before. Of course, that's my favorite color. So I was thinking about printing the monthlies, but the monthlies on the work planner are still a Sunday start, and then the other planner is going to have a Monday start. Now, the other thing is I have made my own like month on one page, and I think that might be what I do for that. I think I'm just going to do my own monthly work pages. And then that way, if I need to use this, I could just use this, I think, or print out like a quick week of these if I really needed to plan out something like hour by hour like that on paper. I think work planning, yeah, it's really just that monthly review page for each month. And then the work, I'm going to make my own like month on one page with like my own specific work related. Basically, I'm just going to custom make my own work printable. And then weeks, I'll just print them as needed. Okay, and honestly, I think that's it for setting up. In the back, I have this situation. So I have the year at a glance and the important dates. So I will be doing, let's see how it looks at this in like back here at the end of December. After December, we have some notes pages and then the dates to remember. So I like what I did here with the year at a glance because it has the following year on it and the dates to remember. So at the back, we'll put the 26, 27 year at a glance with a Monday start and 2027 dates page back to back. Because again, I like the idea of just having the one page I can pull out. And then everything's already written. And if I continue to keep using the discs, I would just move this and I wouldn't even have to rewrite anything, you know? It's kind of my idea there. Hopefully, I don't know if that will work. And then all this kind of stuff, I will be printing next year because this is all stuff that's on like letter size paper that I just printed out, like my son's class schedule and the school calendar. Like I can print that off back to back and then just punch it and put it in instead of having it in here in the Formula One schedule and all that. So that's cool. I like that. Anyway, I think that's what I'm gonna do here as far as building my planner out for 2027. So stay tuned for a video where I've actually got that stuff printed out. I do want to try to figure out how to make a big pocket folder. I know that I can make one out of cardstock or something. I'm sure I could find a tutorial or just figure it out on my own. It's literally just folding paper. And then I do need to laminate some things. We'll do a video like where I actually have everything printed and punched, and we can start putting it together and inserting things, like all those notepad pages, like I mentioned before. The other thing is I might want to redo these with a stronger laminate. This is only, what is it, 3 mil, which is like the lowest laminating, like the most flimsy, and I don't care for it. So I might consider having these reprinted so that I can do, I'll have to get better, like, I don't know, 10 mil. I don't even know if my, I don't think my laminating, I brought it over here and I don't think, it only goes up to 5 mil. So I don't know, maybe I'll just have them laminated at a copy shop or something. Just so they're not flimsy like this, and then I can just use these in the planner as like dashboards or separators for sections or something. So let's put that, let's look into laminate 10 mil question mark. Other than that, I could just look into getting, like, I know people on Etsy make them. And people on, like, I could just get Happy Planner ones. I know you can get like nice ones, like, you know, vegan leather or whatever. Tool and Levenger make them. So I could consider that as well. I also have a giant folio from Erin Condren that's clear on the front that I bet would work. It's the teacher planner size from Erin Condren. They have the clear folios, just like, I have such a mess over here, but I have my Erin Condren planner in this. It's the same concept where it's clear on the front so you can see your cover, but it's vegan leather, and I have a navy blue one that's the bigger size, and I could just use that too to kind of help with the flimsiness situation, although this is already very large and adding a folio might make it too big for me. So anyhow, I think that's it for this super long video. Thanks for spending the time with me trying to figure this out. And now I have some notes, and hopefully I can decipher my notes whenever I go sit down and look through all the pages of all my 3 printable planners and get that ready to go for 2026. And yeah, so that's it for this video. If you liked it, please give it a thumbs up. And if you really liked it, please consider subscribing, because I post functional planning videos on my channel. And if you liked this one, you'll probably like those ones too. And I'd love to see you in the next one. Thank you so much for watching. Bye. In this video, we're going to talk about how to rearrange and add and remove pages in your printable Passionate Penny Pincher home planner, or any PDF really, but we are prepping for the 2026 planner, and I am going to try to do the printable version of the home planner for 2026, and so I need to get that ordered, and so this is the perfect time to walk you through how I do that. We'll also talk about some printing costs, whether it's worth it to send it off to be printed or to print it yourself at home. Hi, I'm Kristen, and I post functional planning videos on my channel. If you're like me and you need a gentle reminder to just keep it simple, please make sure you're subscribed, and I'll be right back. Okay, so here I am in my File Explorer. I have a PC, so I'm using Windows. I don't have a Mac. I've never had a Mac, so I don't really know how that works, but I feel like it's probably pretty similar, and you would probably get the idea. I like to keep all of my Passionate Penny Pincher printables in one folder so that I know where everything is. As soon as I download things, I like to move it into this folder and just keep it nice and organized. I will do like different years of the same product in the folder. And I just have it labeled Passionate Penny Pincher, and that way it's easy to find. I have it in another folder that's printable planner stuff because, you know, we have all the things. I make things or I get them from other companies, and then that way it's all in one spot and I don't have to click around too much to find it. So let's go into the home folder, and this is where I keep my home planner, obviously, and I have all these different versions in here. But I'm looking for the Monday Start version because that's what I want to print for 2026. I like to keep my preview panel open in my File Explorer just so that I can see what I'm doing and make sure that the file that I'm looking for is the file that I need. And this is it, and this is the one I want. So let's double click it to open it. But first, let me let you know about the different PDF softwares that you have that you might be able to use. So I have Adobe Acrobat, and that is unfortunately not free. I use Adobe products for all of the content I make, and also like the printable sticky notes I make and all kinds of things. And so I have access to Adobe Acrobat as part of that package that I pay for. They do have a free trial. The free trial is only 7 days, but I personally think that is the way to go if you want to organize your files the way I'm going to show you how to do in this video. I originally thought that you would be able to open this in Canva and just, you know, move the pages around that way. However, it just doesn't work. It changes the fonts, and you can see that nothing's lined up anymore. It's terrible, and there's no way you're going to be able to work on this. Like, it's just, you would just have to make a whole new planner, and it's just, I don't know, it's not going to work. Now, there are other free PDF options online, and I just don't think that they are worth, they're not very good for the big work we're going to be doing in here. We're going to be trying to like delete a lot of things, move a lot of pages around. The free stuff online is just not, it doesn't cut it. It's going to take you so much longer. It's so much less convenient. And at that point, your time might probably be worth more than what you're saving in money, just because it's going to take you a long time. But like I said, Adobe Acrobat does have a free trial, and I just honestly think that is the best option. Just make sure you set an alarm or do whatever it is you have to do to not forget to cancel before it charges you. I don't take responsibility for that if you forget to do it. You really need to like write it on a sticky note, put it in your phone, send yourself a delayed email or something like that, so that you do not forget to cancel it if you don't want to pay for the product. It's just, unfortunately, that's just what we have to do. Adobe Reader is probably what you're used to using when you're opening a PDF file, but that's really just so that you can look at the PDF documents and maybe sign them and save them and stuff like that. There really isn't much you can do there. I think you can add some things like as far as like type and such, but you can't actually like organize the files the way we're going to be doing it in this tutorial. So like I said, grab Adobe Acrobat, do the free trial, make sure you don't forget to cancel the free trial, and then and since it is only 7 days, make sure that when you are sitting down to do this, that you're ready to do it and that you have the time to do it, so that you can take advantage of all of those 7 days if you need to you know, start and stop or do a few different files or whatever. So anyway, like, let's move on to actually opening the file in Adobe Acrobat and moving everything around. Okay, so if you are like me and you stopped paying attention to the screen because nothing changed in a bit, now's the time to look up, because I actually have changed the screen and we've opened our document in Adobe Acrobat. So let's go ahead and close out some of the stuff we don't need here and just kind of take a look around and familiarize ourselves with the interface. Over on the right hand side, there are some icons in a menu. I like to open this little tray on the side that shows all of the pages that you can kind of scroll through, and I like to widen that just by clicking and dragging where that little bar is, and then I like to have it where there are 2 pages next to each other. Over on the left side, there's another menu, and if you click on organize pages, you can see all of the pages, and so we're going to utilize both of these menu options quite a bit while we're working on moving our pages around in the planner. So let's close out the left menu for now and look over here at the right menu, drag this over just to get 2 pages showing. And whenever you do that, you want to click on, there's like a little icon towards the bottom right above the magnifying glasses. It looks like a little piece of paper with some arrows on it, not to be confused with the other little piece of paper with the arrows on it that's right above those page numbers right there, but the bottom one above the magnifying glasses. On this little menu that pops up, you want to go to the top and click on 2-page view. It's going to go away, but when you open it back up, you're going to see that it says show cover page, and make sure that's checked. For me it is, because that's the setting I already used, but it might not be checked for you. So make sure that is clicked too. And then what that's going to do is going to give you that visual of what your planner is going to look like as if you're flipping through it. So the first page is actually just going to be all by itself, as if you're looking at your planner on your desk and it's closed, because all you would see is just that front cover. And then whenever you open it, you will see the back side of your front cover and then the first, next page or whatever. And so that is just going to help us visualize so that you can make sure you have all of your pages in the right order, make sure things are going to be printing on the right side and such. And before we make any major changes, let's go ahead and save this as like a copy. We don't want to save over the original file because then we have to go and re-export and everything. So save as and choose the folder you want to put it in. I'm just going to leave it in the home planner folder and rename this to something that you will know what you're talking about. I'm renaming mine to be the covers and dividers because the first thing that I'm going to do here is pull out all of the covers and dividers that I want to have printed on cardstock. It's important to do this because whether you are printing at home or you are sending this off to a print shop, you need to have separate files for each different paper type. And I want my covers and dividers to be printed on heavier stock, and so it has to be a different file. In order to isolate these covers and dividers into a different file, I need to open back up that panel that we had earlier with all of the pages showing. So if you closed it, click on All Tools, and it will open that menu again and go to Organize Pages, and then there you'll see all of the pages. So what I want to do now is delete all of the paper pages, not the cardstock pages. To bulk select all of these pages to get rid of, single click on the first page and then scroll to where the final page before the next cardstock pages. So that's my divider, and then hold shift and click on that last page and it's going to bulk select all of those, and you can just hit the delete key on your keyboard and it will pop up and ask you, are you sure you want to do this? And you want to say okay. This is why using the free PDF software online isn't going to work for you, or it's just going to take you a really long time because you can't bulk select like this. You have to actually go in and do every single page one at a time, and then you would have to do it again for every different file that you upload so that you can merge them. It's just not worth the time to do that, I don't think. Of course, you're the master of your own time, so decide if it's worth it for you to sit there and do that. But for me, when I tried it, it just didn't seem simple, and I'm all about simple things on my channel. So I'm just going to go through and delete all of the stuff in between all of my dividers for each month until I get to only having dividers and covers left in my file. Now I have just the dividers and the covers for the 2026 planner, but if you notice, the back of the dividers is just plain blue. And I'm all about getting the most bang for my buck, and honestly, if I'm paying to have something printed, and when you pay to have something printed, it's per page, not per sheet. So you're paying for the front side to be printed and you're paying for the back side to be printed. And so I just don't want it to be plain. Whether I have a plain blue cardstock or I have something with a design on it, I'm paying the same price.
The other thing I'm going to do is remove the covers that I know I'm just probably not going to use, and that way I just save a little bit of money there, because I just know me and I know what I like, and I know that I'm not going to use that. The other thing is that I also don't really want these back covers for the same reason I don't want the backs of the dividers, because it's plain. I don't really need to pay for that. If you're printing at home, consider just not printing anything on the other side of your page. If you want to save on like ink or whatever, just because it's just not necessary. But I also think that even if you're going to print all of your pages at home, which I think is what I'm going to do this time around, I am going to still send off my covers and dividers to be printed, just because I think it's a lot more economical, because of the saturatedness of this color and just the cost of ink and the quality of the printers. And you know, if you get it done professionally, it's always going to look good. So I'm going to delete the stuff that I know I don't want. And also these front covers that say 2026 on them, I don't want those either, because again, I'm paying for something to be done. I want to be able to use it for longer than a year. I want to just have stuff in my stash that I can pull back out and use again and again. So I'm going to go through and delete all of the things that I know I don't want, and we'll rearrange it to where it makes sense in just a minute. So let's click and select all of these and drag them up and just kind of insert them up in the front by the front covers, so that we can go through and look at the order of these covers. I don't know why I didn't delete the front covers of these before, but you can see that we have the matching back covers for those, and so that's what I want to use as front covers, because they don't have the years on them. The beauty of this is that I can also go and get all of my old planners and the covers and dividers and things from those planners that I really like too. So just go back down to your file explorer, and you know, if you are like me, you have it already organized in a single folder. So I'm going to use the 2023. So in the 2023 home planner, there's some really cute designs that I want to use. So I'm going to just double click that and let it open in Adobe Acrobat so that I can grab the things out of there. There's also really cute dividers in here too. You'll notice when it opens, it gets its own tab, just like you're used to seeing in like your Google Chrome browser or whatever. So you can just click back and forth between the two projects. And so let's go into the 2023, clear out the things we don't need, and just kind of like set it back up the way we have the other ones set up. And here you can see the different covers, and there's also the very, very, very cute dividers that are in this one. And that's what I want to use as the back side of the dividers for the 2026 planner. So I'm going to do the same kind of thing with this and just kind of delete everything, because then that way I have the file ready to go the next time I want to do this. If I ever do it again, I'm going to go through and just delete all of those pages out, because obviously I don't need the dated pages, and all of the other pages are the same for 2026, and nothing, I don't need any of these. And now that I'm done deleting all of these extra things and I have just like a file with only the covers and dividers, I want to save this. And so again, do save as, and just save it as a file that you know what you're talking about. And this is the 2023 home planner covers and dividers, so that if I ever need this again, I have them available and easy to find, and I don't have to go through all of this again. Especially if you're using that free trial, you don't want to have to do it again. The other thing is I'm going to go ahead and delete these ones that say like 2023 home planner, because obviously it's way past 2023 and the back covers are just as cute. So let's delete those. And the only other thing is that in 2023 on the verse cover, they actually put 2023 home planner on here. I personally can go ahead and remove this with my software and everything, but I am trying to show you how you can do this. And so I am just going to print this with 2023 on it, and then I'm going to use stickers that come from Passionate Penny Pincher. You could do washi tape or whatever. That's what I'm going to do, and I'm going to put the stickers on there before I laminate it, just because I think that that's the most likely way that you're going to be able to fix that yourself. And of course it's cute, and any excuse to use stickers, right? And how are we going to get these two files together? The easiest way to do this is drag and drop. There's other ways, like you could say merge and stuff like that, but let's keep it simple and literally just select them all, drag it over to the other tab, and it's going to open up that other tab, and you'll see this little blue line in between each of your pages, right? And that's what you want to make sure you see. So select them all, click and hold, drag over to the other tab, and then just bring it over. And when you see that blue line, let go. And that's where they're gonna get inserted. And then of course you can drag and drop and rearrange them however you want. Now that we have all of the covers and dividers together for the two different planners, let's look at these dividers because aren't they adorable? So these are the cutest things. If you had this planner in 2023, you know, I did get this planner, but I didn't end up using it. So I didn't get to experience how cute these are. And so I want to put these as the back sides of my dividers in my 2026 planner. So first I'm going to delete all of the blue plain backside dividers because I don't need them. And then I'm going to match up all of the January dividers from 2023 with the January dividers of 2026. And I'm just going to literally drag and drop and then place them. Remember where we see that blue line, that's where it's going to insert it. When you're done doing that, you can go through and just make sure that all of your months are correct so that you have, you know, a front January and the back of that page is January. I want to add some more covers into this because I do have the 2025 like bonus that came with the 2026 planner, and that has some super cute covers that I'm actually already currently using, but I want to have them printed again because I kind of messed some up. But anyway, so I'm going to go and pull in the 2025 that I had already kind of prepared for printing and pull in the cover that I want. And again, I'm going to do this with the student planner too, because yes, I have that one too. And I really love the little floral design that they use on here. And I just want it in this other colorway that they have. Now you can start dragging and dropping to get the cover choices in the order that you want them in. But also you can make copies. So if you want more than one to have, you know, say this floral design as a back side of the cover, hover over the cover that you want and click on the little 3 dots that show up and select copy. Then hover in between the 2 pages where you want to insert it, and when that blue bar pops up, just say paste, and there it is. Now you have your copy, and of course you can move these around as well too. One thing to keep in mind as you're moving things around is that you want to make sure you always remember that the front side of the page where you have the binding on the left side of your page, those are always going to be odd numbered pages. And the back side of a page after you turn your page, so if you're looking at your planner with it open and you have your coils or your discs or whatever down the center, the page that you're looking at, which is on the left, that is always going to be an even number, and the page that is on the right is an odd number. So as you're looking at your planner in this like interface here, it has a page number on it. So just remember, odd numbers are the right side of your layout and even numbers are the left side of your layout. To work on the actual planner pages, like the months and the weeks, it's the same process. You will just want to isolate the paper choice that you want, right? So instead of doing like I did here with the dividers and the covers, grab all of the regular planner pages that you want. I've opened up, this is just the one I had open for the 2025. And I'm just going to show you just real quick what I mean here. When you look at the monthly spread of this, you want to make sure that you have those pages on the left and the right side where they're supposed to go. So remember, odd side is on the right, even numbers are on the left. And then just go rearrange those pages in the same way that you did on the planner covers and dividers, and then just save that as its own file so that you have the 2 separate files for the different paper type. And remember, you can go open up all of your different planners, your work planner, student planner, finance or money planner, home planners, all of those things. Grab any PDFs from other sources that you have and bring them all together, arrange them in the order that you want, and don't forget to add some notes pages behind your monthly spread to then have a spot to put extra pages in as you need without having to divide a week in half. I like to do this especially for December where you have a lot of extra lists and things. I like to do that so that you can move those pages around without disrupting that weekly flow. So grab some of the notes pages from the rest of your planner, move them, make copies and move them to directly the next 2 pages in your monthly spread. And then that way you will be able to just kind of have a blank space to add pages in. I personally, I didn't do it in this section, but what I am going to be doing is taking the notes pages from the work planner because they're so super cute, and then I'm going to use those as my notes pages in my 2026 planner. I think the last thing that I wanted to talk about here is just that you can, it's just that a lot of these designs, thankfully, are not up and down, so you can actually use them all over the place and turn them over. So if you're going to have both sides printed, you might as well have the other side be usable. And so you could put different covers on the front and different on the back, so that once it's punched and laminated, you can just flip it over and then use that same, that was the interior before. Now it can be like the front cover. And so you're kind of getting 2 in 1 with that. So don't put the same 2 designs right next to each other to get printed front and back on the same sheet. Switch it up so that you have more options as far as which cover you want to use as a front cover or not. Of course, the ones with the scripture on them are not going to be flippable like that, and if you don't mind having them upside down in your, like in the back of your planner or on the front, then that's fine. I will probably just keep those as the back covers when I'm not using them as a front cover, and then I'll still see that scripture when I'm, you know, looking at the end of my planner, and it'll be nice and lovely. So I really hope that that was helpful for you to figure out your planner setup on your printable Passionate Penny Pincher home planner. If you have any questions, let me know. I will try to answer them as soon as I can. And if you liked this video, please give it a thumbs up. And if you really liked it, please consider subscribing, because I post functional planning videos on my channel. And if you like this one, you'll probably like those ones too. And I'd love to see you in the next one. Thank you so much for watching. Bye. In this video, I'm going to do my prep work for my 2026 Power Sheets. Hi, I'm Kristen, and I post functional planning videos and simple goal setting videos on my channel. If you're like me and you need a gentle reminder to just keep it simple, please make sure you're subscribed, and I'll be right back. All right, I have lit my candle. I don't know what this is. I just grabbed it because it's pink. I think it's not even like a winter candle. It is Cactus Blossom from White Barn Candle Company. It smells pretty good though. It's cactus flower petals, fresh citrus, and vanilla coconut. So it's kind of a summery, I guess, summery scent, but it matches, so I went with it. Today's tea is, I have it in my Daily Grace mug. Oh, it's hot, hot. I'm not even gonna be able to sip on this for a bit, but this is the Amazing Grace mug. Of course, I can't show it to you, but it is called Ginger Snappish. Here it is here. So it's snappy ginger tea with lemon from Bigelow. I got this like last year or the year before. I have been on a mission to use up my tea stash and just enjoy these things. Sometimes I like to hoard things that I like think are great because I don't want them to run out, right? That's kind of, I've decided I don't want to do that anymore. We're going to use stickers. We're going to use all the pens and highlighters. We're going to use the things. Anyway, I put a little bit of, what is this stuff called? I put a little bit of white chocolate flavor syrup in here. It's a sugar-free version that's sweetened with monk fruit instead of like artificial sweeteners. It's from Chalk Zero. And I also put a little bit of my oat milk creamer in here. It's just like the sweet cream
flavor because I do like a creamy tea. Okay, let's actually talk about what we're doing here. So we're gonna have our nice long video. If you're new here, hi, welcome. I make really long videos and that's just how I roll here. So if you're not into long videos, feel free to, listen or watch it on 2x speed or skip through it, or just, if it's not for you, it's not for you, and move on to the next one. But I just like long videos, and I think it's fun to kind of plan with others while doing this kind of thing, like planner setups and stuff like that. So if you like a long video, or if you still need to set up your planner or work on your goals for next year, grab your drink, light a candle, get all your planning stuff, and let's plan together. Okay, so this is my 2025 Power Sheets book, and this is my brand new 2026 Power Sheets book, and I haven't done anything in here yet. So I think I'll just show you real quick some of the other stuff I have. I have the goal setting sticker book that came out with the new Power Sheets. I also have, these are my 2 sheets of like exclusive Goal School Premium stickers that I got during launch week. If you sign up for Goal School Premium and buy a set of Power Sheets or the Fresh Start Planner at the same time on the same order, they include these cute sticker sheets that you can use to plan out all of your Goal School activities and such. I also have a gajillion other stickers. Every single sticker book Cultivate has. I have them all here, and I'm actually currently kind of redoing my sticker collection. I do this like every year. I decide I want to change things and start changing it. So these used to be on discs. They're still in like the disc organizers, which these are from Planner Kate, but I have not put them where they need to go. So we just kind of have them like this so that we can use them. Oh, this was the wrap, like the band of the box that my Power Sheets came in last year. So it was like the cover of that sticker book. But I've got all the stickers here and in here still too. So I can look through those and use those. And I have my This Is His Year workbook. This was a collab between the Daily Grace Co. and Cultivate. They are sister companies. And this is like a workbook to help you make Christ-centered goals. And so I actually did this at the end of 2023, I believe. Or at the beginning of 2024. No, I'm pretty sure it was at the end of 2023 because that's when this came out. So I actually had purchased a brand new one so that I could redo it for this year. But while I was reviewing this one, I realized this all still applies and I didn't actually need to do this. So I'm gonna tuck this away and save it for when I really kind of need a refresh. A lot of my goals for 2026 are repeats of 2025 because I want to do them, but they were goals that I didn't get to, or I didn't make time for, or I got overwhelmed with, or whatever, and we'll talk about that. But so a lot of what I talked about in here kind of applies. So I decided not to redo the book now. And let's see, let's just kind of look here. I did put, here, I've got, this was like the wild card I made. I don't think I made this at the beginning of last year, but I'm not sure. I can't remember. I'll have to go back and look at my Instagram pictures or whatever, but this was in general, these were my goals for 2025. Maintain our family bond, carry on and thrive at work, give generously my time to PTO, make room for hobbies. Yeah, so this one, I didn't have my, my faith goal on here. And so anyway, the faith goal was my main goal that I really improved on in 2025. I kind of most of the other goals kind of took a back seat and didn't really improve or flourish or thrive or anything like that. And some of them I just let go. And my faith goal was the goal. Like that was the goal. I worked on it every single day. I didn't miss a day. I tracked everything. I went above and beyond what I thought I would do. And it's like the thing I'm most proud of for 2025. So, yeah, I don't know. I figured we can't go into 2026 goals without talking about how well my 2025 goals went. So going into 2026, I wanted to really kind of revisit the goals I had for my home. I had some big dreams and plans just to improve existing issues with the home and just to kind of make it more comfortable and, homey and calm and inviting and safe, all those cozy things about home. And so I think that's kind of gonna stay the same. But I have like a better perspective on it now, I think. And a lot of that has to do with my faith goal, letting me realize what contentment like really feels like. And I just like know what I think I know what I want now. Whereas in 2025, when I set that goal, I was thinking more along the lines of like, oh, I want it to look nice for pictures, right? But now in 2026 going forward, I kind of have like a different perspective on it. So anyhow, this is kind of where we left off at the beginning of my Power Sheets journey for 2025, and I didn't really do a whole ton. So there were things that we planned that we scrapped. We were going to do a cruise vacation and decided not to. And we didn't really do a lot of these things. We did like the birthday celebrations and such, and holidays, and I supported my son going into high school and doing his tennis, which was a lot, and it still is. And so now that I know, I didn't know at the time when I was filling my Power Sheets out in 2025, I had no idea the topsy-turvy world of moving to high school would be. So, I do have more perspective on that. And luckily, family is one of the goals that I don't need to put a lot of effort in. It's just easy for us. We're very fortunate in that way. And I pray that it stays that way. But we know each other. Like, we are good. And we don't typically need, we know what we need, right? And then we do those things just out of habit, I guess. And so I do have some little family goals, but this isn't like a goal that I'm really needing to see a lot of improvement in, because like if you asked me now, I would rate it as a 10, which I typically do. Okay, and then we've got work and learning, which I kind of had a big setback with work. So this channel is my work. And thank you for being here and helping to support that. I had plans, and then I like over planned it and overthought it, and just kind of did too much. And I think around September time, I just had like a burnout. Like it coincided with just being very busy with back to school and just things I needed to do for that, and just other things going on in life. And work kind of took a little bit of a back seat, and it was actually very hard to recover from. I've had little moments before where I've taken a week or two off, but I feel like in that time I kind of took almost like a month off, and I just couldn't do it. And I remember I would come into my studio here and I would just like stand here and be like, I can't do it. I just can't do it today. And anyway, it's not that, it's not a work issue. Like, I love everything I do here. And it wasn't that, it was more of what I was putting on myself, like the pressure I was putting on to myself to make strides in what I wanted to do. I added a couple too many things to my plate, and then just with like my own things going on at home and just in life in general, it was just, something had to give, and this time it was work. So I do have some plans for work goals, and we'll talk about those too. I anticipate that I will see an improvement because I'm kind of like starting over with my momentum now. So I feel like if all goes well, it will improve over 2026. Community is something that when I was filling this out at the end of 2024 for 2025, I knew the first half of the year I would be doing PTO things. When my son was in middle school, I was on the PTO board, and I knew I wanted to like finish that out. That's why there's only, half a year of that and nothing here, because I didn't know what I would be doing at the second half of the year once he started high school. And basically I use the community section for like volunteering at my son's school or something like that. And I thought that maybe after I was done with the PTO thing that I might serve at church or possibly within my own neighborhood, seeing about helping volunteering with like the homeowners association. We actually have a really great community here. I know a lot of people get like annoyed with HOAs, but I really feel like we're very fortunate to have a good one. And I used to work on it a long time ago, and I don't know, I just thought maybe that would be an avenue for community stuff. And I ended up, like I said, I was very busy and just kind of overwhelmed with life in general, so I didn't end up doing any community at the second half of the year. And that's just something that has to happen sometimes, I think. So going forward into 2026, I'm not really sure how I want to approach community. I do want to serve at church, but I also want to be very cautious, because I am a person that when I kind of go like all in, and when I say all in, I mean like 500% all in, and I have other goals, right? And so I just need to be very cautious with what I sign up for and what I agree to do, and what people are counting on me to do, because it needs to be something that can that's not going to wear me out. And so I think I'm going to explore different opportunities to serve at church, I think is the best answer to that. And we'll see. I don't know. And then this was my faith goal here. And this was the one that I did this one. And I feel like I did the things I wanted to do. Some of the stuff kind of changed, but it was for the better. And my focus for 2026 is prayer. So for 2025, it was just come back. So I was away from the faith for a while. We can talk about that in another video, but basically I was away from the faith and I came back, and I am so grateful. And so I got a really great Bible study habit down, and it just changed my life. And I just, I don't even know what else to say about it. It's just been the best. I changed my life. Getting back into my faith and following Jesus again has just absolutely 100% changed my life. Totally recommend it. If you ever want to talk about it, hit me up and we'll talk. No judgment, no pressure or anything. Just got to tell you about it, right? So the thing I wanted to improve is my prayer life for 2026. So I have improved my prayer life over 2025, going from not ever praying at all for a long time to just kind of getting back into it. But now I kind of need to relearn that just instinctive, talk to God about this kind of situation. That's where sometimes it just does not occur to me to just go to the Lord right away with something, anything, good things, bad things, frustrating things, scary things. It just doesn't, it takes me a minute to be oh, this is what it's for. So yeah, praying in 2026 is gonna be my focus of my faith goal, which is spiritual and personal growth and the power sheets. And if you're looking up here and you see these tabs, these are from the Cultivate Planner tab sticker pack. I don't know if they still have them. I don't think I bought a new set to use for this year. But basically it's just tabs for tabbing out a planner, and it had all of the cultivated life areas on there, and so I just put them up at the top. I'm not going to do that this year because I didn't end up using them at all for 2025, but yeah, so 2026 prayer. And then health and wellness is to improve my fitness and get strong. I really wanted to run a 5K without stopping, and I wanted to be able to do a pull-up. I did not do either of those things. I didn't even work on either of those things. And the reason I wanted to do that is because I used to watch a lot of like zombie movies like The Walking Dead, or I would listen to like zombie books, and I was like, man, if a zombie outbreak ever happened, I wouldn't be able to get away. I know that's silly. It's so silly. It was just kind of like a thought I had, like, you know, when you're reading something and you're super immersed in it and you're like, oh, what would I do in that situation? And then that made me realize I'm not super fit. And so I thought, that's a great health goal. I'll go with that. I don't really want that. I don't want to be a runner. I don't want to do a pull-up. I have no interest. I want to be healthy. I want my body to hold up for the rest of my life, you know, but I don't care. I just don't care. I'm not like a fitness person. I like going for walks. I like playing tennis, but not like super competitively. And that's kind of what my fitness is going to be. And that's okay. I'm good with that. And I think it'll be fine. My other health related stuff is that I need to eat a gluten-free, dairy-free diet just to deal with some of the health issues I have, and I need to just keep doing that. But that's not like a goal, that's just I have to. So I do that, and that's not something I have to like work on. It is hard because I can't go to a lot of restaurants, and if, you know, somebody invites me over for like a party at their house, like I know like most of the time I'm not going to be able to eat anything there. And food is such a big part of our culture and just socializing in general, and it's one of those things it's really hard to navigate that. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. I don't really know what my health goal is going to be for 2026, but I guess we'll kind of decide that while we're working on the prep work. Home and spaces was embrace our home with gratitude and contentment. And I, you know, kind of did a little bit, and I went into this with a different idea of what that would look like, and I have come out of 2025 with more of a grateful perspective of the home that I have, and I'm not really worried about changing it to make it look a certain way. I am more worried about like, let's fix the problems and make it, you know, safe and efficient and comfortable. And it's a very old home, and so there's a lot of things that happen here and there, and things that need to be upgraded or replaced or fixed or improved or whatever. And I think those are the things I want to focus on. So, and then also just using the rooms in our house and, you know, hanging things on the wall and stuff like that, and just making each room be a room we want to spend time in. Yeah. And then finances, I didn't do, the main thing is that I wanted to open an investment account, and I just haven't done that. I have been diligently contributing to my high yield savings account, which has really grown, and I'm very happy with the progress I've made on that. I like that I have been stewarding our finances well and saving for the future. I guess in addition to my faith goal, the finances goal was another very big success. Not that I have this like huge bank account now because of it, but more that I stuck with it. I made those deposits like dutifully every month, and I have been keeping up with it. There was like a month or two when I just kind of like didn't want to deal with it, and so I just kind of let it go, but I did get back into it. I, you know, got back up on the horse and just kept going, and I've been able to not put anything on any kind of credit. Like everything we've needed, any kind of unexpected expenses that have come up, I have had the, you know, money in my savings account for it, so it wasn't like a huge blow. And that in and of itself is just so freeing. It feels so good to have been able to do that. it not be like a disaster. It is disappointing when you kind of have to start those like savings buckets over again from zero, but that's the point. Like, that's why we have them, right? The air conditioner broke, and that was hundreds and hundreds of dollars that needed to be spent like that day. My husband needed new tires like all of a sudden. Like, it was just things that okay, I should budget for this, but usually it's like, oh, but I could spend that on, that new couch or something that I don't need, but it looks good for the internet. But I didn't do that. I had those savings buckets and I kept adding to them, and then the money was there when I needed it, and I feel like that is a huge win. So finances and faith, huge wins for 2025. The hobbies. So hobbies is my wild card goal, the blank goal that Cultivate gives you, where it's like it doesn't have an area, you get to kind of make one up for yourself. I picked hobbies or self-care through hobbies, and I thought if I could just make time to do these little hobbies like craft projects, that I would get back into them. I did not. I didn't finish a single project. I did work on the snowman quilt that I wanted to work on, and I did, there's a quilt that's not even on here that I started in July with American flags, and I did all the blocks for that quilt, but I stopped there. So those are things that I want to pick back up in 2026, but I don't necessarily think I'm going to have an entire life area for hobbies. I'm not quite sure yet. So that's what we'll kind of take a look at in prep work. And that's it for my life area categories. And I think I could probably sip on some of this tea now. Oh, that's so good. It's like a gingerbread cookie. Okay, so my word of the year for 2025 was dwell. And I wish I would have brought my notebook over where I had written about why I chose it. But basically, it says right here why I chose this word. I want to grow in faith by studying scripture. I want to care for my home. I want to rest through hobbies and boundaries. And then I just kind of like defined like words that go with dwell here. And I put linger, remain, rest, consider, live, stay, pause, and ponder. And I over here in my little brainstorm section, I had dwell in the word, dwell at home, dwell as in contemplate on things, and dwell as in rest and be still. So those were all things that I just wanted to kind of filter my decisions through. And this is the first year that I have ever stuck to a word of the year. I did not, I picked one for 2024 and it was content. And then I didn't do anything with that, like at all. And then in 2025, because I kind of had this faith focus on my goals again, dwell just stuck out to me so much. And I found it in everything I did. Like, I could recognize that word of the year across like my entire life and everything I did. It would just stick out to me, and it would just like be so obvious. Like this choice you're about to make does or does not like align with this word. And it was so clear to me why people do a word of the year. Finally, it just clicked. So I actually love this word, and I don't want to like let it go. I almost consider just keeping it into 2026 because it meant so much to me. And and this sounds so silly to me. Honestly, if I had last year heard somebody say that about their word of the year, I would be like, okay, really? Because I just didn't get it. This year, I get it. And I just, I want to keep it, but I'm going to put it away for now. Well, not put it away because this is still going to stay with me, but I am going to pick a new word for 2025, and we'll talk about that when we get there too. I just wanted to kind of flip through my previous year's goals, just to kind of show you and talk about, you know, how it went, right? Because I think that's important to look back at your year, and I did not do it here. So the power sheets have a spot for you to do that. You have your 2025 year in review. I could have done that, and I just, you know, I'll probably do it in the prep party with Goal School Premium, which is later this week when I'm filming this. I'll probably just save it for that. But I wanted to get that up on the video with you and kind of talk about how last year went, because I think it's important to do that before working on your goals. Okay, so we've got all of this stuff up here where I had like brainstorm your year ahead, name what fires you up, good things. These are things that I guess we need to go ahead and fill out in our new power sheets. And this might take forever. So I know it's been over 20 minutes. Well, it's been 25 minutes, more than 25, because I have to set a timer for filming so that my camera doesn't stop recording while I'm talking. So every 25 minutes I get a timer that goes off to tell me, and so I know we've been talking for so long and we haven't even looked in the new power sheets yet. But you know, it's part of the process, and maybe that will help you do that too before you start working on your goals. And you also might, you know, pause here and come back. So if you are, you know, you watched that first part where we talked about my 2025 goals and how they went, maybe you can pause here and kind of like journal about yours, or talk to like one of your friends about it, or I don't know, even leave a comment here and talk to me and the rest of the community about it. And we can talk through goals if you want, and then you can kind of come back and then we can start doing the prep work. So these are the new 2025 power sheets, and I have some sun peeking in here, and that is definitely going to mess up the lighting on my video. So let me see if I can't fix that. Perfect. Okay. So I need to write my name. I have the new, these are the new pens from Cultivate this year, and they match the planner. Isn't that so perfect? But I think I want to use a highlighter and do kind of like, what I like to do is I like to write with the highlighter and then I'll outline it with the pen. So let's grab one of these highlighters from, I love these highlighters. They're all like really cute. They might be from Monami, maybe. They have an M on them on the thing, but there's a bunch from Cultivate. You can get them from Cultivate and Daily Grace Co. And then I also have a set from the Passionate Penny Pincher, and they're all different colors, so it's nice. They don't overlap in color. Let's just get them all out here. I don't want these round ones. I think these ones, I want to use these here. Okay, so let's do, my favorite color is, I think it's this color, but I kind of want to do the dark blue. Let's do the dark blue. I'm going to use this color a lot, so I'm definitely going to leave that handy. And I also haven't decided yet if I want to like color code my goals. We have all the color coding stuff, but I don't know. I kind of want to work on color coding with other things, but I'm not sure. All right, so I am going to just write my name. There we go. And then let's outline it in this, because I like doing that. I like how it looks kind of like messy slightly, like it doesn't line up perfectly. I think it's just cute, and it helps me get over myself with my perfectionist tendencies. I don't know. It's just something I like to do. I'm not like a huge lettering artist. I know that was like a huge trend for a long time, to learn how to letter, brush script and stuff like that. no, this is more me here. Okay, now let's look at what's in the pocket. We've got some stickers we can use. Oh, we've got the thing for the word of the year, and then we've got what matters most. That's a new one, and then these can go like up on my bulletin board. Let's put them here for now, just out of the way. And then we've got the 2026 at a glance with all of the holidays and stuff on it. I don't really need that. To be honest, I don't use my power sheets for planning. We have monthly calendars in here, but I don't really use them. And that's another thing that I kind of think I want to, maybe I can write my gratitude in here and use this as like my gratitude log. And just so I can go back and look. It's either that or just I might write like the main thing that happened each day. I don't know. Okay, so this sticker sheet has all of the different colors, and these can fit in the goals. We've got some dots here, monthly reset. These are for your roadmap. But yeah, I love this blue flower. I wonder if those are in here. The blue flower. Just more color coding, Tendingless Tuesday. There's flowers in here, but no dark blue ones. Darn, we need more of these dark blue ones. Okay, and then of course I've got all my Goal School stuff, which I will have to go into my Goal School dashboard to see. Let's put a flower right here because I did go over like the line, and so it's not centered anymore. So let's just use these. And we'll just kind of like layer. And of course I'm gonna do that blue one, because I love it. We need one more just to make it more balanced, I think. Let's kind of do this, and let me actually pop it up right up underneath here. Like that. Just a little cluster. I think that's cute. Okay, I don't know. Let's try to fix this one. Now that I'm looking at it, I feel like it's not really pointing in the right direction. Just to balance it out a little more. This is my perfectionist tendencies coming out. I'm trying to not, but it happens. Okay, we've got that, and then, yeah, I think that's good. Okay, so now we are gonna go here. We've got your fresh start begins here. It just talks about power sheets. This is that roadmap. So as we do things, write your name on page 1. Let's do it. I wrote my name, so we're gonna put our sticker up there to say we did it. It goes right here. Okay, next is uncover what matters by completing your prep work. So that's what we're gonna do in this video. We're gonna try to do the prep work. And then we've got the, this here, I might take this out of my power sheets and put it in my planner because, oh, but then I'll lose that. Oh, but this will be done. So this should be done by the time it starts in January. So that might not be a big deal. I might take this out, snip it here, and then put a piece of washi tape over those holes and then punch it for discs to put in my other planner. Actually, I guess I might need to punch it on this side, but I'll still cover those up. Either that or I'll just tape it to a divider or tape it to the cover or something. I never see this. It's up here at the front of the power sheets, and I barely ever look back at the front of my power sheets. So, and that's a big thing. That's something I learned about myself in 2025, is that if it's not in front of my face, I'm not going to use it. That's why I put all my pens out. I am trying to get everything out so I can see it. Again, with my stickers, like I showed you all of those stickers I have from Cultivate, I didn't use them like at all, and they're beautiful and they're so cute. Look at all these functional things I didn't use. I want to use these things, and I have them. I had them in here, which is great, and it works really great. And it's too much. So I need to have things that I want to use like available to me where I can see them and not in like a drawer or on a shelf somewhere that I'm not looking at, because then I won't remember they exist. So anyway, brainstorming your year ahead. Let's This says dig in. What do you want to cultivate in the year ahead? Write your goal ideas for 2026 here. No perfect handwriting required. Dig in and dream. So I've been thinking about my goals for a little bit, so I already kind of have some ideas. I don't know if they're going to be goals or not, but there's some things that I know I'm going to do, so I feel like I might as well write them here just to kind of get them out on paper. I want to read and study the Old Testament. So in 2025, I was going to just do the New Testament and try to read and study the New Testament, and I didn't realize that I would just devour the entire Bible in a year. And I did a chronological reading of the whole Bible, and it just, again, changed my life. And for 2026, I'm going to do the Old Testament because I am using the Passionate Penny Pincher Home Planner as my daily, regular, everyday catch-all planner for 2026. And that planner includes a scripture reading plan, which is the Old Testament for 2026. It changes every year. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to follow their plan. And their plan is only weekdays. And so I do need to kind of figure out what I want to do on weekends, because I know that I'm a daily Bible girl. So let's see, I want to read and study the Old Testament. And what's great about this is that since I just did a reading of the whole Bible, I now know that I can stretch out my study, because that plan is a weekday plan only. And so I'm thinking I do the weekly scripture readings, like the daily ones, and then on weekends I can really spend time really digging in and doing an in-depth study, or maybe compiling what I've written in my Bible. I could compile that into a notebook or something. I don't know. We're gonna figure that out, but I will have more time, because the readings will be shorter each day because it's only the Old Testament. I also want to improve my prayer life, which we'll talk about what exactly I can do, I guess, when we work on the break it down section. But yeah, I definitely want to improve my prayer life. And family, like I said earlier, we don't need a lot of major family goals, but I definitely want to continue to support my son at school and tennis and learning to drive, because yeah, this is a big life change, and it's a lot, I think my husband and my son will work on fixing up a car. We have an old 68 Mustang, and I think they're going to fix that up together, and just supporting that and just making sure neither of them are planners. And so just kind of helping them think ahead of time, what they need to do to work on it so that he can be driving it by the time he turns 16. Maybe, I don't know if that's even something I need to help them with, but either way, that's basically it. I also want to do family meetings. That was on my plans for 2025, and we never really did it. We just kind of would be like, you want to do blah, blah, blah? Okay, that's fine. We never actually sat down with planners and calendars and lists and brainstormed things. We just kind of would talk about stuff randomly here and there. I really do feel like I think when we sit down and talk about something, it makes it more real for all of us and not just me. So I do want to do family meetings, and that would probably just be monthly. And I also want to do game night, movie night or game night. We had movie night for a while and then kind of fizzled out once my son got busier. I think we should try to make more time for that. And it could be movie night or game night. We really like games, even if it's playing a video game together, but I'm imagining Scrabble, Monopoly, that kind of thing. And then making it an event. like picking a meal together and kind of getting excited about having game night instead of just being like, oh, we should have game night. Like kind of like hype it up and talk about it and pick something special, even if it's like takeout or something, to make that be a special night. Instead of just like any other night and, oh yeah, let's play a game. So for finance goals, we need to save money for my son's car. And like I said, they're gonna work on that Mustang. So hopefully it's really just gonna be money for like parts and certain things. But either way, we will have to figure out how much we will need to save for that. And yeah, I also need to continue to save for like home repairs and updates, because that is like I said, I want to kind of focus on home goals this year. And so that's a savings goal. And just budgeting in general, I want to track my spending more. So when I first started tracking spending, it was just very generic. It'd be like groceries. So anytime I would order groceries, that whole amount I would say was groceries. But sometimes when I order groceries, I get them from Walmart. And so sometimes when I order groceries, I'll add other stuff on there, like, oh, I need socks, or, we need whatever for the house, or batteries, or stuff that's not food budget stuff, but I would just lump it in. And so that kind of skewed what we were spending on food. And so this year I want to break that up, and I use You Need a Budget, or YNAB, and that has the ability to go split that. I can say, this much of this purchase was for household or clothing or whatever, and then this much was groceries. So that I want to do. And then also just like tracking the budget. I think I'm going to have an increase in grocery budget money for this year, just because I feel like it hasn't been enough. And that's another thing, is if I'm figuring out a lot of it is not actually groceries, then I might not need to increase that. But that's just something, so track grocery spending. That's my biggest area of spending, other than just like certain bills. I spend the most on groceries. So if there's any way we can bring that down a little bit, that would be great. Okay. And then just regular budget reviews. I've been doing that, but I kind of want to make it more formal, where it's like, this is a non-negotiable thing, versus just, oh, I could sit down real quick and look at well, a lot of times what would happen is I would just go check my bank for something, or if I needed to transfer money and I was just like in my banking app for whatever reason, then I would go, oh, let me just look at this stuff and kind of throw together a budget review. I actually want to sit down and like do the budget review. And the Passionate Penny Pincher Planner actually has that. And then Cultivate came out with a money planner too, which I have a video on if you want to check that out. I'll probably start with the money planner one. And then if that doesn't work out, then I will try the Cultivate one. Okay, and then just, tithing. I want to increase the amount I'm tithing, and general savings, deposits and stuff. That's like not really going to change. Hopefully I could increase the amount I'm contributing to my savings, but just making, even if it's just a couple dollars here and there, then that's good enough. Okay, so health. I talked a little bit about how I wasn't sure what I wanted to do for health goals, but I think one of the main things I can do for my nutrition is the autoimmune protocol. So this is something that I did in 2020. Right before COVID happened, my husband and I went on a cruise, and that's where everything happened. My health just took a nosedive. I don't know what it was. At that point, I didn't know I needed to be gluten-free, and that was the problem. I guess my body just like gave up trying to deal with having all the gluten and inflammation and everything that goes along with that. And I had like a really bad reaction when I was on this cruise. And what's really bad about being on a cruise is you're stuck there, and it just kind of like, that was already a fear of mine. It was my first cruise ever, and it was one of those, like, I never really was interested in a cruise because you're just stuck in the middle of the ocean. And then it happened, and I just like, my whole body like puffed, like I had the worst allergic reaction I've ever had. And I just decided I needed to figure it out. And I did a lot of research when I got back with the known with the known health issues that I already knew I had, that I've been diagnosed with since I was 17. And I just was like, you know what, this is it. This is what I need to do. And I did the autoimmune protocol, which is the AIP, and it's really just, you can't eat anything for a long time. You take out most things, any food that could possibly cause any kind of inflammation that's like known to be like an inflammation causer to people with autoimmune issues. You take it all out and basically reset your body. And then you add things back in one at a time until you figure out which things are giving you the most problems or whatever. So I did that, and it was the best thing for my health that I've ever done. I ended up losing 50 pounds. And most of that was like inflammation and bloat. Like, it wasn't like 50 pounds of fat, but my weight went down 50 pounds. And I have since gained some of that back, and I don't weigh myself, but I can just tell on like my clothes and everything, and then just how I look in pictures and in the mirror and stuff. But I want to fix it because I'm having problems again, and I already have very limited foods that I can eat that I also enjoy, and so it's just one of those things. I don't know this. I don't like making my health be like part of my identity. I just don't like it. It's not who I am. I don't need that in order to like cope with my health stuff, and so I just don't do that. And so I try not to talk about it. I'm very vague about it just because it's just not, it's not me. So but I do want to do the AIP again. I don't know. I just need to do it and figure out like what things I have started like creeping back into my nutrition that I shouldn't be having, as well as just over time your body just starts giving up on those things again. Just like I said with the gluten, like I didn't know it was bothering me for so long until it was just it all like the straw broke the camel's back kind of thing. And that can happen. You know, you can develop more allergies as you get older and time goes on and everything. So anyway, long-winded way of saying I'm going to do the AIP again, I think. I'm not certain. It's a big commitment. So I'm not super certain, but I really think it's probably the right thing to do. And then along with, if I do the AIP, I really need to be serious about food prep, because that's the only way I was able to do it before. I also want to go for daily walks. I did that for a while, and then one day I didn't go for a walk, and then I never went again, and I don't know why. And then now it's cold and it's hard to convince myself to go outside. But I want to do that again, so I need to. What else I've done? Faith, family, finances, health. Okay, home. Let's do home, because I know home I am really, really wanting to declutter my whole house. And that was a goal from last year. I have started this a little bit by decluttering certain areas of my home, and the improvement in my mood when I'm in those rooms and just the ability to function, it's just so, it's unchartable how much that makes a difference to me. And I need to do that with the whole house. So we're going to declutter the whole house. And luckily the Passionate Penny Pincher planner I have has like kind of like a plan for that. There's like weekly projects, like home projects, and I am going to align like what I'm going through and decluttering with like the project. So like if that project is, I don't know, organizing your kitchen cabinets, then I'll also be decluttering those kitchen cabinets, or you know what I mean? So, and I'm hoping that way it's like the plan is already written for me. I don't have to like figure out what I want to do. And it's just kind of built into the week already. And so it should be pretty easy. Yeah. Declutter the whole house. And I feel like I'm talking a whole lot on this sheet. And we've got a lot more to get through. And this is where we really need to be talking about the goals is when we do the action plans. So, but that, when we do the action plans, we'll pick out like the steps. So I really just want the house to be like cozy and inviting and fix any of the repairs that need to be fixed, that just every time I look at them, I'm just like, bleh, you know? So we'll just do make repairs. Like we've got a couple things that have been broken for a long time and it's not like crucial or critical or anything. So it's like, we don't have to spend the money or the time doing that right now, you know? But then every day I look at it and I'm like, I hate this. Like, let's fix this. And then I just don't. So let's make that be the priority. So the house, decluttering it and fixing it. And then maybe next year I can worry about, you know, I don't know, renovating or something. But right now, let's just get back to basics. I think that's it for the house. Community. Let's just put serve at church. I don't know. Question mark. And work. So did we go through all the categories? You don't have to go through the categories here. I just know what the categories are because I've been doing the power sheets for a couple of years now. If this is your first year doing power sheets, or if you're not in power sheets at all, I don't know, don't even worry about categorizing them. This is just kind of how I'm getting it out of my brain. It's just, you know, with work, I don't want to go too in depth in my power sheets just because, for one, like I said, this channel is my work. And so it's kind of hard to talk about my goals with the channel, with you, because I don't know if that's whenever I just don't want to put stuff out there before I'm ready. You know? And so I do have some things that I think are general enough that I can put on here. And I want to have some new products in my printable shop, new printables. And I want to improve my video quality and actually more the audio. I don't really know anything about audio. And so I would like to learn. I have different microphones and stuff and I want to learn how to use them. I want to learn how to like improve that in post-process or editing, to see like if that can improve things. I have had some comments in the past saying that my videos are too quiet, and then when the ads come on, it's like too loud. And I definitely don't want that to be your experience. And I've tried to fix it and I've done everything I can think, you know, and I don't know if it's working and it doesn't sound any different to me. So I'm not sure. Anyway, I need to learn audio, for my videos. And let's put in parentheses audio. I have a really nice microphone that has been broken for a couple of years. I had it for another thing I used to do and it broke. And then when I started doing these videos, I didn't have that microphone. My husband fixed it for me, thankfully. He's so awesome. And I've just had it put away. And then when I was decluttering the other day or recently, I found it and I was like, hey, is there any way you think you could fix this? And then I showed him what the issue was and he fixed it. So yeah, now I can learn how to use that with my videos and that might improve things too. Anyway, that was a tangent, but that's how I roll around here. I'm enrolled in a course and it's a course that I paid a lot of money for. And so I want to I just kind of put it on the back burner this year. So I want to do that course. So I'll just put that here. and after I do the course, if I like it and I feel like it is like worth the money I paid for it, then I'll talk about it and tell you what it was. Because I am an open book, actually. Let's talk about this real quick. Even though I'm keeping things kind of vague about work, I will not gatekeep. So if you want to start a YouTube channel or an Instagram or something, just do it. I won't gatekeep. So I want to, if you have a question about starting a YouTube channel, or maybe you already have a YouTube channel and you just want to know something, I don't know, I'm willing to answer your question as long as it's something that I can answer. I want to help people. I think everybody that is into this kind of thing, if you have that desire that you want to share your hobby, and it doesn't have to just be planning, but like anything, you know, and content creation is great. Like, it's such a great outlet for people in a situation like me, or anybody really. Like, it's a great way to make extra money. It takes time to get to the point where you're making money. So that's why I always tell everybody, just start right now and then you can fix it as you go and grow as you go. That's what I did. And this is the best thing. And I'm so happy having this as my job. It doesn't feel like a job. Sometimes I get overwhelmed with it, but in general, it's great. And I think if you have any inkling of wanting to do it, I want you to start now and put that on your goals for 2026, is start content creation. And if you ever have questions, ask me. It might take me a while to answer you, but I will answer you. And I don't gatekeep, so yeah. Okay, so complete that course, and then just having consistency, trying to avoid burnout. So having like realistic consistency with that so that I don't burn out. And then, yeah, I think that's probably it. So we've got all of the life categories except that like bonus one. I think this year I kind of want to focus on my personal style, which I am not like super into fashion. I want to, get dressed every day. That's been something I've been working on the past, I don't know, couple of months, and I have seen an improvement in just things in general, like my mood and my productivity and just my willingness to be social and leave my house. You know, getting dressed makes a big difference. My issue is I hate clothes. I hate getting dressed. I hate feeling clothes touching me. And I have found some pieces that I really like and that are comfortable, that don't look sloppy. And so I would like to explore that some more and kind of create a capsule wardrobe, which I used to do capsule wardrobe dressing a long time ago. Years and years ago. I would even blog about it, and I kind of fell off of that after a while, and I'd like to get back into that, but with pieces that make sense and not just like, you know how there's always like that list of, you know, the 25 pieces every woman needs in her wardrobe. Yeah, I've tried to do that before. I don't dress like that. I don't go to places like that. I will never wear a trench coat a single day in my life, and the idea of wearing a white button-down shirt and black dress pants just kind of makes me want to gouge my eyes out. I hate the idea of that. And it's not. Anyway, so I need to figure out something that works for me. I have the Front Fighters plan, and I don't know, I've tried it a few times. I find that it's just not, it's still a little too much, too many choices for me. I think I need a lot fewer choices, but like actual choices of things I will wear that I can mix and match into different outfits that look good. So let's put capsule wardrobe on here. And then of course, if I am wearing nice clothes, I need to wear an apron, and I'm going to put that on here because you do not know how many shirts I have ruined because I never wear an apron when I cook. And that sounds silly to put on brainstorm your year ahead, but it's just something I need to do. Other things, I want to stop scrolling so much for entertainment, and I've actually kind of done that this year, or towards the end of this year. I've replaced scrolling with other things. I've been really into chess lately, so I've been playing like a chess app on my phone. I want to play Minecraft more and read more and do more puzzles, those kinds of things. I want to work on my quilts and stuff. So just like hobbies in general, I don't want to make it a full like a full area category like I did last year, because that just didn't stick. And I think that the capsule wardrobe thing is probably the best for that. But hobbies could probably go with personal development, but I do like having the faith one kind of by itself. So I don't know, maybe I can just make my purple category be the personal development category. So it would be like wardrobe and hobbies, and I think that kind of makes sense. Yeah, so replace scrolling with hobbies. And yeah, I think that's good. I like that. That's a good list. And I feel like those are actually all things I could do. Even though this isn't like the list of goals, I feel like every one of these things is something I can do this year. And it doesn't feel like overwhelming. Like even if I only do one house repair, that would be a goal, like a goal completed. Okay, so come alive again. This page always bugs me because I don't, like it says what you're willing to sacrifice for. Of course I'm willing to sacrifice for all that. Like why do I have to pick? Like just check them up. Not my career, I don't think, but faith, family, health, you know, those definitely. Legacy, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't get that one. I know what legacy means, but it's just like, how do I influence that other than just living my life the way I'm living it now? Anyway, I don't know. I overthink things. Loved ones, that's family. So I don't know, whatever. I'm just going to leave that one because I just don't, I don't know. I don't think I really need that. Name what fires you up. I love stationery, planning, pens, all that kind of stuff. I love like creating things. Anytime I make something like myself, it feels like so satisfying, I guess, like that accomplishment of having done that thing. It's like, I just love it, like the feeling I get from that. So like even like whenever I make sticky notes and I design a sticky note and print it out, and even if no one, I put them in my shop, but even if no one ever bought them, I just love the fact that I did that. Like I designed it and I got it on a sticky note and I can put it in my planner and use it like a real product. That just, I love that. And then whenever I see other people using them, you don't know the warm fuzzies I get from that. It's so good. I love it. But so like creating things. And then along those lines, like cooking from scratch, I love when my family likes it. I cook a lot from scratch because of the aforementioned, you know, nutrition issues. But like being able to make something that we used to eat at a restaurant and making it from scratch with ingredients that I can eat, and then it tastes good too. It's like, it's so fulfilling, I guess. I don't know. And then also just kind of like, using what I have and fixing things instead of throwing something away and getting a new one. I love that feeling too. I don't know what that is. Like, is there a word for that? So like I said with the microphone, I'm not the one that fixed that. My husband was, but that kind of thing. I had a sweater, like a merino wool sweater that had some little holes in it, I guess from just, I don't know. We don't have moths, but you know, I guess over time stuff breaks down or something. Anyway, the little teeny tiny pinholes in them, and so I got some like floss, I guess, and I like knitted it back together, you know, and then I fixed my bag ripped. I have this black backpack, and I love it, but the straps came loose from the seam, and so I was always afraid to use it because I thought, oh, if I put anything else in this bag, it's gonna just fall off of me while I'm using it. And so I fixed it, like I sewed it back together and fixed it, and now it's stronger than it was. And it just felt so good. Like it just, I don't know, it feels good. And like every year, and this is silly, but like when we put the Christmas decorations out, there's always like an ornament that got broken or something. I love gluing them back together and seeing like all the little broken bits and cracks in them. Like I have this one Tinkerbell ornament that just, it's so delicate, but it no matter how precious we are with it and how much I put it in like tissue paper or whatever, it always like breaks. And just gluing it back together every year is just fun. I don't know, that sounds so silly, but fixing things. I love like curating things. I don't know, that sounds so weird, but like I like to put stuff together in a group of things that goes together. I know that sounds silly too, but I don't know. I just like, it's like satisfying to be like, okay, here's everything I need to do this project. I like collecting all the bits, all the materials, and finding everything. That's actually like my favorite part of sewing, is finding all the fabrics I want to use and kind of putting them together. Recently I was playing with scrapbook paper to make dividers for my planner, and it was so much fun and I loved it. So let's just say, I don't know, curating materials and supplies, I don't know. Is that even like a thing? Can a person do that for a living? Can I, like, okay, so for the capsule wardrobe thing, I have so much fun, like kind of like imagining, okay, this winter, what are we doing and what kind of clothing would I need? Kind of like a packing list, I guess you could say, but just like for a couple of months in the year. I love like finding all of the pieces I need and kind of putting them together and seeing how they go together. What is that? Like, what is the word for that? Or what is like, do other people do that? Materials and supplies, I don't know. I like looking through all of the things that I have, like say in my kitchen, and going, what's missing? Like, what do I need to be able to have like a fully functioning kitchen? Like, you know, what kind of pantry staples do I need? What kind of like cooking utensils, and do I have all the right pots and pans for the type of food we like to eat? That kind of thing. I just love collecting, but I don't like stuff. I like things to be functional. So I want to put together like a kit. I don't know what that means, but that was something I was thinking about lately. I love doing stuff like that. We got a cat. I love her. She's the sweetest. And she's so cute. I call her Cat. Her name is Cleo. Somebody else named her before we got her, and I don't really like her name, but I just call her Cat, and I just love her, and she's the best. And also the cats in my yard I love. They're just random stray cats, and if I could adopt them all, I would. We don't have a dog or anything, so they kind of get to just hang out in my backyard and just enjoy themselves in safety, I guess. And I wish I could catch them and get them all, you know, spayed and neutered and get shots. I'm not ready for that life yet. I know that people are super passionate about that, and I'm not there yet. Bible study, I am like such a Bible nerd now. I want to just know everything, and I just want to spend time doing it. I am willing to wake up as early as possible to get that time in, and it doesn't bother me in the slightest. I wake up excited to do it because I just love it. It's like I love learning, and this is like learning things that matter, you know, and it feels like it's important, you know, and it's not just learning some random thing for the sake of learning it. It's like learning something that really does truly matter. And I love like really getting into it. I'd love to learn Greek. I took it in college. I took biblical Greek in college for my religious studies minor, and I didn't do well in it. And I wish I would have taken it more seriously. But maybe that's something I can learn one day. That's like a big dream kind of thing. I don't know that that's something I'm really going to work on too much this year, other than just like the word studies I do in my Bible study. I love Minecraft. I did not play Minecraft enough this year, but I get so excited when my favorite Minecraft like content creators have a new video. I just love it. I'm like a little kid when it comes to that. It never gets old. I just love it, and I want to play Minecraft more. And I actually have a second channel that I used to do before I did the planning channel. It only has like, I don't know, less than 20 subscribers, and I haven't uploaded it to it in years and years, but I keep it because that's the channel I watch all my Minecraft content with, so it doesn't like mess up my algorithm. Anyway, I've thought about making Minecraft content. I don't know, we'll see. That's something I could consider doing, and just recording it as I play, or maybe just live streaming it. I don't know. I've never live streamed it before, so I don't even know if I could do that. But anyway, Minecraft, I love it. I want to play it more, and I need to make some time for that this year. What else fires me up? There's Formula One, which my boy Lando Norris won the World Championship, the World Drivers' Championship finally, and he so deserves it. I am so happy for him, and he's my favorite driver, and he has been for a long time, because I remember the very first time I watched anything Formula One related, he was on the screen. My husband was watching it. It was before I cared about Formula One at all. I walked in the room and he was watching some kind of, commentary show, and they were showing Lando Norris being like talking after a race or a qualifying session or something. And I just remember thinking that he was so like down to earth and so like nice. And I just thought he was like the nicest kid, and compared to the other drivers that I like saw in the show. And I was just like, I like that kid. And then, so then when we started watching Drive to Survive, and then we actually, I started watching the actual races and everything, he stuck with me. I think it was like his first podium or something. And I just, like, he got his podium for the first time, and so he was just so excited and happy, and I don't know, there was just like a light that I saw in him. Anyway, I don't know this kid at all. I just know him from TV, from being a race car driver. And anyway, so it was just really nice when he won finally, and kind of like achieved his dream. Okay, and I think that's all I'm gonna put on here for now, because I don't know, I don't think I need to add any more. Okay, learning from the past. This is a really good one. I like doing this. I'm not going to fill this out because we already kind of went over all of this when I talked about last year's goals. I will put in here in the lessons section though that I've learned that I need to see things or they don't exist. And I kind of knew that about myself, but I didn't realize the extent to which it affected every area of my life. I think they call it object permanence, but it's like, let me just write this real quick. So if I have a drawer, like a whole dresser full of clothes, they're all folded nicely and neatly and put in a drawer, anything in the back of the drawer, I just forget about, and I just keep wearing the same things over and over again. And when I'm in a rut, that tends to be like sweatpants and a hoodie, right? Like, and then I just wash that and put it back on, and wash it and put it back on, that kind of stuff. And I don't ever wear any of the cute things I get. I just keep wearing the same couple pairs of shoes I leave downstairs by the door. I have all these pens and all these stickers and washi tape and all this stuff, and I never use it because it's hidden away in a drawer or in, a little cubby or something. And so I don't know, this is something I've learned is that I need to see it. Even my spice cabinet, like I had spices back there that just like expired because I forgot they existed and I didn't cook with them. And now I have them out on like a turntable thing on my counter. And I love it. I love being able to see them. The clutter does not bother me. It's not, I think my issue with clutter is when it's stuff that I don't use and it's stuff that's not useful to my life or functional in any way to my life. That's where it bothers me. But when it's things that I use and love and get like using, that's good. But I need to see it. I need everything to be out or I just don't use it. So, but the problem with that is if I have too much, then that's too many choices. And so I have to find that happy balance, and that's what the decluttering thing is. But a lot of it is I need to be able to have just enough stuff that I love and brings me joy that I can have out. Or like rotate in between. Like obviously I don't have to have my Christmas stuff out all year for me to remember it exists. And then when Christmas comes around, it's like, oh, it's time to get out the Christmas stuff. So I want, like a rotation like that with clothing or even with planning supplies. I could swap out, like, at some point I could use all my mild liners, and then after a while I can put those away and then use these highlighters, and then after a while I'll put those away and then I can use my Erin Condren highlighters, that kind of thing. I don't know. We'll see how that works. But I just need to be able to see things, to know they exist or to remember they exist and to use them, or else I'll just keep using the same thing over and over until I burn out with it. So yeah, that's a big lesson. But, we talked about the good things that happened in 2025 and the challenges I had. And so I'm not going to do that in this video. But we have the evaluate where you are now. This one's always really hard for me, even though they have, Cultivate has a little workbook that you can use with this to help you come up with these numbers. I still think that's just, I love it. And I think that anyone who has a problem with that should try that book. I think it's too much for me. A lot of times the way my brain works is it's either a 1 or a 0 or it's a 10. Like it's all or nothing. And so I have a hard time with these like in between numbers. I could say 5 if I feel like something's like average or right in the middle, but like, how do you know the difference between a 6 and a 7 or a 3 and a 4? That doesn't compute to me. If something's a 3, it's a 0. If something's like a 7, it's a 10. Like that's just how my brain works. And no matter what I do to try to get those little like shades of gray or nuanced things, it just doesn't work. And I don't know. I think I'm not going to fight that anymore. I'm just going to leave it. I'm just going to say, does this need improvement? Yes. Does it need improvement? No. Is it fine? Yes. Or, I don't know. So I'm thinking community needs improvement. That is the service thing. I love serving. That's one of my, like the fruits of the Spirit. That's one of my gifts. One of my spiritual gifts is service, teaching. Leadership is one of them. I took a test through my church, has like an assessment you can take. And that's teaching is my number one thing. Like that's my top thing that I'm like meant for, I guess. But service and leadership are on there as well. And community 100% is, I need improvement there. I need service. I need an opportunity to serve. And maybe I do that through my channel for now. But also I do know that the church needs people to serve in the church. And so I do want to do that. But it does, community in general just needs improvement. Family, which this year family is yellow now and not pink. They just swapped family and personal growth. And anyway, so that's going to be something I need to remember. But family, I don't think family needs improvement at all. I feel like we're thriving, honestly. I'm just going to write thriving here. We can circle the 10. Yeah, finances, this is where I'm at the middle, the 5. I'll circle the 1 for needs improvement. Middle is a 5. So something I know definitely needs improvement is community. Family doesn't need improvement. It's thriving. That's a 10. And then finances can use improvement, but I'm not like at rock bottom with it, right? So it could be better. And that's just because I haven't become a billionaire yet. I feel like everybody's finances could be better, right? I'm happy with my my spending. I'm happy with where I'm at, but I know it could be better. I guess that's really all I can say about that. Health and wellness also could be better. And that's just because I know it can be, because I know I'm not like taking my vitamins every day like I need to be, and I'm not, I'm eating too much sugar, and I'm eating junk food instead of real food, and just because I go for convenience more as often as I can. Home and spaces needs improvement. That's a 1. That is, I know it needs improvement, and that's kind of what I've already like decided to work on this year. And then spiritual and personal growth, I am going to say it's a 10 because I am like thriving right now with faith. Actually, maybe I don't say it's a 10. Let's say it's a 5 because I know my prayer life needs improvement. And so that's what we will focus on. And I'll put in parentheses prayer life. Okay. Work and learning needs improvement. Well, I'm putting needs improvement, and then I said 5. I guess that doesn't really correlate. Work and learning could be better. And let's write could be better. And that is mostly just for being consistent and keeping up with the plans I make for myself, which means not over planning. And then this is, I think I'm just going to put, let's make, what do I want to call this? This is my hardest thing, is I wish that they didn't make it a bonus. Like, I wish I could just have them split up spiritual and personal growth. So I guess I'll just do that myself. We'll just take personal growth off of there, and then we'll put it here. Personal, let's put personal growth. And this could be better. There, and that's all I'm going to do for that. This has like some suggestions, and then of course there's the little workbook and everything. I normally will journal a lot in these spaces. I feel like I've done that already by talking through it with you, and I have kind of thought of this on my own. I thought of it when I did the this is his year workbook, or when I read through what I've done. It's all still applies, and I just don't feel like I need to write it again, and so I'm not going to. This is cultivating your mindset. What has shaped your beliefs about your identity? All of this stuff. All of it has. Past performance, spouse or partner, faith, childhood or parents, what others have said about you, social media, and comparing myself to others. It's just what it is. All of it. I don't know what else to say about that. Okay, upgrade your mindset. So what have I believed about myself, and how can I reframe my thoughts? So on this one is, I can say, I have no style, and I'm a lazy dresser. I have no style, and I'm a lazy dresser. And I can reframe that mindset into saying, I am discovering wardrobe pieces that fit my body and are comfortable. Okay, and then I have a negative mindset about community. Let's say I hesitate to join in because people are draining to me. And that's true, it is. Being around a lot of people all the time, I usually like take a whole day to recover after going to like an event or something. But I think that because I know that about myself, that I don't put myself in situations, like I don't put myself out there enough because I don't want to have to deal with that. And so that's where I kind of might need to change my mindset, is that being around new / different people is an opportunity for growth. Yeah, I'm sure there's more, but I don't know how else to. I could sit here and think and think and think, but then the video will be 8 hours long. Okay, name what matters. This is what will have mattered and what won't have mattered when you're like 80 or at the end of your life. That is, what will have mattered is how I made people feel, and what will have mattered is if I was kind. What will have mattered is how I show love to everybody, my family, to God, to myself. Those things will have mattered. What won't have mattered is if I was dressing stylishly or not. What won't have mattered is how stylish I was, or how tidy my house looked, right? That kind of stuff, that won't matter. How many books I read won't matter. Okay, making decisions on where you spend your time, more of and less of. I know I want less scrolling. Definitely want less scrolling. The hard part about scrolling is that if I don't get on my phone, then I tend to not answer comments, and I need to kind of have a better system for that, which I know I have like a system, but I tend to just fall into old routines that I've always done and then not do the new system. But anyway, I want less scrolling and less hiding. I don't put myself out there. I don't like talk to other parents when I'm at events, like school events. I don't get on the camera when, I make videos. I can be on camera all the time, and I purposely don't because I don't want to. Like, I don't want to be on camera, but I feel like when I watch videos with people in them, like when I can see someone's face, it's just more of a connection, and I just need to do that more. And so, yeah, less hiding, less sugar, because I know that's an issue. What I want more of is more walking outside, walking / being outside. I want more family time, which is good for, not scrolling. Like, instead of scrolling, me and my kid could go for a walk, right? I want more savings. I know I can't really control that. I can control when I add to savings instead of spending, but I might not be able to control what stays in savings, but we're just going to put savings on there. I like this example, less buying stuff I don't need. I like that. And I just want less stuff in general, because, I just want to get rid of stuff in my house. I want more peace and calm, and more vegetables. I love vegetables, but I don't eat them often because I have to prepare them. Like, I have to peel carrots and stuff like that, and it's just like, meh, I just end up getting potato chips out of the pantry, and I don't want to do that. I want to eat more vegetables. And of course, I want more Jesus. Every time I make the decision to read my Bible or to listen to worship music or, do a devotional or pray or anything like that, I never regret it, and I just love it. It just fills my heart. Like, it lights me up. And so I want more of that. Yeah. My most purposeful year, my name is Kristen, and I'm I don't know. What am I? Am I a perfectionist? I am a recovering perfectionist. This year I'm focusing on my home and my faith. I'm deciding that I can, and I'll prove it to myself with small wins. I will doing this by saying yes to Bible time and decluttering, and saying no to overconsumption and scrolling. I will let go of self-sabotage, because that's my thing, is as soon as something starts getting like good, I will freak out and be like, and then just stop doing it. I think that's what happened with the walking, as silly as that sounds. Yeah, I don't know why I do that, but I do. Self-sabotage. And fill my life with more Jesus. I am tired, overwhelmed, and when I'm tired, overwhelmed, and want to quit, I will remember to just do one tiny thing. I commit to pivoting over planning and progress over perfection, which will add up to a legacy of what? Legacy of contentment, maybe? Teaching my kid contentment, I guess, is a legacy. I'll live my vision for this year by focusing on what matters, which is living out my faith. My definition of success is, I don't know, what is my definition of success? If I did the things, if I checked the things off the list, making intentional choices, I think. If I made an intentional choice, that means I was successful whether I did the thing or not. It's that I chose to do the thing, or I chose that not to do the thing because it wasn't going to serve me in some way. So yeah, my definition of success is making intentional choices. Because one of the things that I tend to do is get real excited about all the things I want to do, and I don't really have the best I don't know, maybe perspective on it is the word I'm looking for. Like I make a choice or I make a goal because I think that's what I want. But then as I'm living out my life or trying out the things that are going to lead to that goal, I realize that's not really what I want. Kind of like that health goal thing of running a 5K without stopping or doing a pull-up. I didn't really want those things. I just thought they would be good goals to check off a list. So if I make intentional choices about the goals that I'm setting for myself, then that will help me figure out if those were really goals for me or not. And so if it happens to be that something that I thought I wanted at the beginning of the year turns out not to be, and I'm making that intentional choice to pivot or abandon, then that's success too. Okay, so brainstorming goals. I kind of feel like I already did this on accident with this. I already have this here, and so I could just kind of refill that in here. This is going to end up just being my goal list, this list. So I guess I can break it up here, and that'll make it easier to figure out. So community, I want to serve at church. And home and spaces, I want to declutter the whole house and make repairs. Family is supporting my son. And then family meetings. And games/movie night. Spiritual, so we're going to cross off where it says personal growth and add that down here. Personal growth. So spiritual is to improve my prayer life for sure. And study the Old Testament. Finances was tracking grocery spending. And then tithing. And then saving for my son's car. Work and learning was course, new products in the printable shop, and just consistency and quality improvements. Health and wellness is the AIP and daily walks. Whoops. I need the whiteout again. That one's too messy. Sometimes I don't care if it's messy, and other times when it's like really bad, I will fix it. Daily walks, and you know what? I need to take my vitamins. I don't think I added that to that list before, but vitamins. Personal growth was capsule, wardrobe, quilts, Minecraft. Yeah. Okay, those are the things that I'm brainstorming here. Yeah. And then this is how you kind of like learn how to break down your goals, and then you can kind of write them here. So this is like the yearly goal, steward my finances well. You would write steward my finances well here, and then you can go to these pages, the goal action plans, to kind of figure out how you will steward your finances well. So I guess for this is one of the things I feel like I learned about myself in the past is that having too intangible of a goal here made it harder for me at quarterly reviews, quarterly refreshes, and even on the monthly tending list, to feel like it was a tangible thing that I was working towards. So having this, like where they have here the yearly goal, steward my finances well, having that as the goal was too abstract for me. So this year I'm gonna try to pick like an actual like action. So if I write it out, like where they actually have like the Bloom matrix here, where you break it down little by little, on purpose, on a schedule, measurable. If I can kind of like write that in an action, like a project or something, like a big overall action word thing, and that also has maybe like a timeline on it, I think that might work. Like it says here, the Bloom acronym is their version of SMART goals, so it's very similar to that. Like it's time bound and repeatable and recordable and that kind of thing. So I need to figure out how to write them in that way. There are some things that are gonna be very, like health and wellness is still going to be pretty abstract, because even though I could say lose 10 pounds, I don't weigh myself. So I don't know how much weight I'm gonna lose when I do this like nutrition thing or daily walks. I just don't know. I could say like fit into smaller clothes, but that's not the purpose behind this. My purpose is to feel better and to just kind of like have more physical energy and, I mean, generally look better. I would like that, but that's not the main purpose. And so it's hard to like put that into words. I do have like kind of like a hard time with that one. So Cultivate does have a book called The Quick Start Guide, and it does have here like ideas for goals that if you need like a wording suggestion, you could grab this book and find, like, there's a whole list of ideas. You've got like the big goals that you want to put on your actual goal page. So maybe this is what I do. I just pick one of these that works. So like these ones, cultivate my health, cultivate my wellness. That's like too abstract for me. I need something that's something I can like track, or something that I know that I'm doing and making progress on it. So I don't know. I think the most important thing for my health is just the nutrition. So I could pick I could say like, take care of my body through nutrition. And then that will get me through the whole year, because nutrition will heal me, but it'll also help me, you know, have physical energy and such. So let's do that. So these stickers that came with the planner, I'm going to use them to, like they kind of fit right here perfectly. And I'm going to put them there to indicate which goal it is. So I am going to take care of my body through, I could say something like daily choices, by making daily choices. I don't know. Take care of my body through better choices. I'll just say take care of my body through nutrition. And intentional movement. Let's just say and movement. Because I'm not trying to be like a workout queen or anything like that. I don't really want to go to the gym. I don't really want to like have a workout plan. It's just not for me. I do love the idea of taking a walk every morning. That's what I was doing that was working before, is I would get home from dropping my son off at school and I would go for a walk every single weekday. And then weekends can be either playing tennis with my kid or going and walking at the park. I don't know, all kinds of stuff. So I think I'm good with that. Okay, and then the next one, oh, we can just kind of go in order now. Or do we want to go in like color order? Yeah, let's just put these down in color order, and then that way it'll help me. Since we started with green, we'll go to the teal for home, and then next would be blue for finances. And then next would be this like indigo kind of purpley color, bluish purple, and that was gonna be personal. And then pink is spiritual now. It's gonna be hard. I gotta remember that's not family whenever I go to write this. And then the peach color is work. And orange is community. And yellow is family now. Okay. So we've got those. All right, so home, I want to declutter the whole house. That's a easy action item there. And so declutter the whole house and make repairs. Okay, and then finances is I want to save for my son's car and tithe more. Oh, but also groceries. How can I reword that? How can I word that into like one thing, one action item? I could do steward my finances well, like they suggest here, and then I can figure out the finish lines for each quarter and try that out. Because there will be monthly and daily and weekly rhythms and action items and things for my tending list for that. And then the finish line goals would be saving money for the car. That's like the one major finish line goal that I might want to have done by Q3, because that's when my son will turn 16. So let's just do that. Let's just say steward our finances well. And then this one was the personal growth. And this is follow a capsule wardrobe plan. So create a capsule wardrobe and get dressed daily, like actually use the wardrobe. Remember I talked about I love curating things, so I could collect all the clothes I need and put together all kinds of outfits, but I need to put them on my body on a daily basis. So yeah, so create a capsule wardrobe. And get dressed daily. Of course, there's going to be days when I just want to wear pajamas all day, and that's okay if it's like an intentional choice. Like if I just decide it's a pajama day, and that's not every single week, you know, then that way it can be special and something I look forward to. But, you know, the intentional choice of getting dressed. So pink is now faith, and this one is to study the Old Testament and improve my prayer life. And so now this is actually interesting. I just kind of thought of is as I'm studying the Old Testament, what I could do is have that be kind of like the lens through which I'm studying the Old Testament. It's like, what are the prophets saying about prayer? What does it say about prayer in Genesis, in Exodus, and all those different books of the Bible? That could be kind of like what I'm looking for. I have a recent video about studying the Bible, which I can link up in the cards, where I talked about highlighting and how when I tried to highlight all the different like keywords and different topics and things, it was just a little too much. And then so I just decided to stick with one thing. So maybe that's what I do in 2026 is I look at different, what the Bible says about prayer in the Old Testament and kind of like use that to inform the improvements of my prayer life. I don't know, just kind of thought of that. My work and learning goals, I am going to be vague here because I don't have anything I can specifically put on here for the channel, but I am going to say, basically I want to improve the consistency and quality of my content. Improve the consistency and quality of my content. And this is community, and that one I am just going to say volunteer to serve at church. And then yellow is family now, and that is to support my son with school, tennis, and driving. Okay, so those are the goals for 2026. Awesome. And so these are the goal action plans. So I think what I'm going to do, just to consolidate the video here, is let's do one that is, let's take the finances one, and we'll do that one first. And I'm actually going to I want to do them in order. So let me go to, this one would be health. So this one would be health. This one would be home. And This one would be finances. So let's do this one, and I'm just gonna do the one with you, and then I'm gonna do the rest on my own. I'm gonna grab all my Cultivate washi, and I have all the ones that match the colors here. I'm missing a color. Oh, the pink is right here. So I think we're gonna take, because the finance color is this like light blue color, we have all these blues. So let's take those, and we can get stickers too. So there's lots of stickers in here. Oh, these match. These, we can use these. I like to try to use up full sheets if I can. We've got that too, so maybe we use that instead of the little roll of washi. And that one. And let's find some financial ones. I think I have them organized by area. And there's some money ones here. These are like icons. I don't know. I thought there were some like cute ones. There was like a whole finance sticker book. I must have put them in, they must have been in the other one that is now no longer on discs, so it's gonna be a little bit difficult. Oh, those are blue too. Oh, look at all these blue ones. I'm gonna use those, like I said, just to kind of get rid of them. These are all florals. Okay, I think we're starting to get to the actual, okay, these are the financial ones. Let's get that sheet. I take all my stickers out of the sticker book so that I can see them, because if they're in the sticker book, I will never, ever flip through the sticker book for some reason. Let's get some of those quote sheets. Again, just some of the ones I've already started using so that I can be done with those sheets. This would be easier if they were on discs still. This is a financial one. Yeah, I think we're good. We've got a lot of choices here. Okay. Okay, so I want to take this one that says grow what lasts longer than you, and I'm just gonna put it here. Oh, let's layer some florals. Let's get them. We've got these ones, and we've got this, that's a purple color. We'll use that on the purple thing. But, and actually, I'll just layer the sticker over top of that purple like that. And I'm just building like a little cluster of florals kind of sticking out the side of the sticker. And the best way to do this is to not think too hard about it and not try to make it too perfect, because then it looks more like organic and like, you know, how flowers are supposed to look. And let's get this one, and we will put that down here. Oh, I want to put it like this. Yeah, okay. So I'm covering up that purple with this blue, and then we will put like that. So see how cute that is? And then we'll stick this right here. And I already love it. Easy, easy peasy. Okay. And so basically I just took one of these cute quote like full boxes and layered it with a couple of floral stickers from one of the floral sticker books. And now I want to write what that yearly goal was. So if we go, let me mark this. So if we go back to our goal page and we put this here, then I can flip back to it. So steward our finances well. And we could find some of those cute like piggies and things. I want washi. That's washi, this. So we have all of these little icons and things, and they're just so cute. There's like the little save piggy bank here, adorable. And so I definitely want to add some of those. Okay, so this one is, so why are you motivated to achieve it? Actually, let me use these little coins as like a bullet point. I don't know. We'll do that on a different thing down here. Okay, so why are you motivated to achieve it? Well, because you need money to survive. Honestly, like I don't want to be rich. Like that's not my goal at all. My goal is so that we can not have that thing that would cause stress. I want to be able to pay the bills we have and provide for my son and his future, and tithe to the church and just use the money to live in the world. I mean, I don't have any desire to have a whole bunch of money so I can go buy things or go on vacations or anything like that. It's more just, I just don't want to stress about owing money anywhere or not having the resources we need to do something we need to do. So I guess I could put to remove or prevent financial stress. And so knowing that will help me as I'm like making those decisions and coming up with like a game plan for what I want to do. It's not get as much money as possible, right? Like that's not what my decision should lead to. My decisions should lead to, is this going to make it easier to like live and exist in the world that we live in? Basically. So resources that I need, I definitely need like expertise and advice. I need the time to build the savings, and I think, I mean, you need money to have money. You need to have the money to use the money. So yeah. And then this is my financial goal here. And so what does success look like for this goal at the end of 2026? At the end of 2026, my son will be driving, and so he will have a car to drive, whether that's the car that we will work on fixing up, or if he's going to drive my car, or I don't know, maybe we end up just getting him a car if the Mustang doesn't work out for whatever reason. Some way, shape, or form, we will need to acquire a vehicle and have the money to do that. So let's use the little coins here as bullet points. And we'll put LT has a car. That's one thing. And another thing, success, is that we will have tithed more than 2025. And then the last thing I want to put on here is that we will have increased our savings. Increased savings from 2025. What might get in the way of you making progress on this goal? Unexpected expenses, always, always, always. Unexpected expenses. and like loss of work. How will you have fun with this goal along the way? Well, for me, I have fun making things, content and products for this channel. And that's my job, and I like my job. I'm just going to put I love my job. And I also will play with the planner. So play with money planner. This goal includes habits, which is just tracking my spending daily. Finish lines, which is basically like how much money we need to save. And then like a big dream, I don't know, because obviously the big dream is, you know, being completely, you know, mortgage free and just having money to do whatever we want. But that's not my goal. I would love to be mortgage free, but that's just not right now. That's not on the radar. So I'm not going to say big dream on that. Okay, so then season 1 would be, this is January through March. And this is April through June. This is July through September, and this is October through December. Okay, so in January, so let's look at their example here, because they had that one that was actually about stewarding my finances well. So they had a finish line goal for Q1, Q2, and Q4, and then a habit goal for Q3. This season 3, Q3, my son turned 16 in September. So I want to have the car situation figured out by then. So let's say the finish line goal is to have saved what we need for the car. The problem is that the car, they will ideally be working on it all year. So I don't know how to like track that, because there's not one thing that says, okay, to fix this car, you need X amount of dollars. It's more of like, as they're working on it, they're realizing this thing needs to be replaced, or that thing needs to be rebuilt, or whatever. And then that's going to fluctuate every month, every time they do anything. And so I don't know how I would say, basically, if the success is that he has a car, I guess, see, this is where I overthink everything and I just don't understand what I need to do. I think there's going to be different small things, I guess, each, instead of one big goal to work toward in each quarter. I think there's small things in each quarter that I need to like worry about. Yeah, this is where I'm losing my momentum here, because I don't know what the finish line goal would be. So what did I say? Let's kind of review what I wrote here. Tracking grocery spending, that's something I can work on, and tithing. Okay, so for season 1, I can set up a system to track grocery spending, which luckily I kind of have some pages in my Passionate Penny Pincher money planner. So I can kind of like put something together with those pages, print out the ones I need just for grocery spending, and create like a little section in my planner that I can keep track of that. So let's say in season 1, I want to create a grocery spending section in my planner. And this should be pretty easy because like I said, I already have the pages in the money planner, the digital money planner that I can print out, and I have some printed out, but I think I need to reconfigure something. Anyway, that's what I can do. And then every season, I think it would be really good to do like a food inventory, like use up all the food inventory that I have left that season. So like eat up all the meats and leftovers that are in the freezer, eat up all the stuff that's in the pantry, and just use up the stuff that's been in there that keeps getting passed over week after week. So we'll just say pantry challenge. Pantry challenge. That's another thing I can do each season. So we'll write that here. Pantry challenge. Pantry challenge. There. So I have that once a season. I'm looking at this, and season 4 is actually what we're in now for 2025, and I'm thinking about Christmas and like gift budgets and everything. And so I have a budget category or a sinking fund for holidays, and I spend it mostly during October, November, December for like Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas. And so I like to have that be the time I have fully like funded that category, that bucket. We'll use a little bit for Easter for like, you know, buying like a ham and stuff like that. But typically I work that into the grocery budget. I don't really need like a budget for Easter so much. Whereas like my son has always, you know, wanted a Halloween costume or whatever. This year though, I think he said that this was like the last year they would do Halloween, so who knows. But anyway, I want to have a fully funded holiday bucket, savings bucket. So I use Ally as my high yield savings account, and I'm able to put money in different buckets to keep track of how much I have to spend for each category, and that's fun. Okay, fully funded holiday savings bucket, which just means I can do Christmas debt-free, which is nice. Okay, and so season 3 is... So this is where you're kind of supposed to put your like action steps, but this is like, this is the fully funded holiday savings bucket is like the deadline is that. And then there's going to be things every week or every month. I'm putting money into that account. I'm reviewing spending so that I can have extra savings to put in those like into that bucket. And so this is where I overthink each little section of this. We'll just say buy LT a car. And by buying a car, I just mean getting the one we have fixed or whatever. He's got a car and insurance and whatnot. Okay. And tithing. So basically I tithe weekly, and I've just been doing a fixed amount, but I want to, obviously I want to increase that amount. I want it to be tied to income, but the income we have is like, it's not a consistent amount. Like sometimes if you work, you know, a corporate job or something, you might have like your paycheck is the same every 2 weeks or whatever. That's not how our income is. And so it's tithing. I have to kind of figure out what it should be. And so I think quarterly I can do kind of like a budget review. So like at the end of Q1, I can look at what my income was like for Q2 of last year. and kind of like judge based on that what I should be tithing weekly. So let's do a quarterly, which I guess I didn't need to write quarterly, quarterly tithing review. And then I can assess what income will be like that time of the year for me so that I can give back an appropriate amount. Okay. And so there you go. You kind of get it. And then the last thing here says, what's next? All good things start with one small step. So my first step, I think, is going to be to print spending trackers. And that's going to be like this week or next week, actually. I'll just put January 1st. It's going to be before that, but I can just check it off right away. And that can go in my planner. I can create that little section. And that's like my first steps, which is nice to have that already figured out so that whenever you sit down in January to do your tending list, or at the beginning of January or the end of December, you already kind of have it figured out, like what you want, because you can look at all of the bottoms of these pages and have it already figured out. Now I wanted to put some little decorations here, so let's get these. I had all this washi, but let's put that at the top, and then we'll put these skinny strips at the bottom. And I could like layer on some little blue flowers and stuff down here. That would be really cute, but I think I'm just gonna stick with this for now. I like that it's cute, and that whenever I come and look back at this every quarter, whenever I'm looking to see what I wanted to do each season, then it'll be like cute and fun to look at. Okay, and then let's put, we can do make it happen. Over here, and I don't mind covering up where it says goal action plan. It's not a big deal. I like that it's like the color of the category because it just helps me see like, okay, this is my financial goal, because I'm so used to this color being for finances that it just, it just makes sense to me. And let's see. Maybe I put this here. I don't really need the instructions, And what did I do with that little ruler I was using as a straight edge? Okay. And like we could go and take the rest of those like florals that we thought looked cute, kind of like layer them up at the top with another one of these. Like this says it's okay to grow slow. Let's move this over a little bit. Oh, that's already got like florals all over it. So maybe I just put it on like one of these where we had covered up the purple. And then put this. I like that. That's cute. I want this stem. I might just end up cutting off the little stem. I don't need the stem. Yeah. It's okay to grow slow. Very cute. Okay, and then let's just put some over here too, because I have this like blank space. I don't need too much because I already have this flower here. I just wanted to put something. Or we could do like some stars, maybe. Yeah, let's try that. Let's take this. Can I cover? Let's cut off this purple flower that I don't need, and we can put it here, and maybe we'll use it later. Yeah. Something like that. And then this, again, with the little stem I just don't need. And then I'll put like a money thing on here. We have I want to put, I think we'll just put some stars. Just one star. There, that looks good. Okay, and so that's just like a cute way to kind of like get excited about working on your goals, because you can put stickers all over this. And I just think it looks adorable. I love that it's all like color coded to the actual color of the financial color here. Okay, so now that this video is approximately 700 hours long and I am still working on filling in these, I am going to do that on my own, and then I will show it to you whenever I plan for January. I think what I'll do is, because I'm in Goal School, I will go ahead and do the prep party with Goal School and get to, you know, participate in it that way, and then finish all of this stuff. And then I also really wanted to do a word of the year video separately. Hopefully I can do that. If not, if I don't have the time or the energy to do that, then we will do that. I'll show you in like the January setup, or, you know, something. And let you know what my word of the year is. I'm like 90% decided what my word of the year is, so by the time I show this to you, I will have decided and been done. But I think that is where we're gonna stop for now, because this is a super long video, and also just, you don't have to do it all in one sitting. And so this is just kind of like, yeah, we've got one done, we've got the goals down, we did all this other prep work, and I'll get the rest of this done before the new year, and then we can hit the ground running once the new year starts. So anyhow, that is going to be it for this video. If you liked it, please give it a thumbs up, and if you really liked it, please consider subscribing, because I post functional planning videos on my channel and simple goal setting videos. And if you liked this one, you'll probably like those ones too. And I'd love to see you in the next one. Thank you so much for watching. Bye. In this video, I'm going to set up my disc planner for 2026. Hi, I'm Kristen, and I post functional planning videos and simple goal setting videos on my channel. If you're like me and you need a gentle reminder to just keep it simple, please make sure you're subscribed, and I'll be right back. Yay, this is my favorite video like ever to make, because I love setting up planners, and this time I'm setting up my 2026 planner as a disc planner, and it's an 8.5 by 11 big planner. So I am just really excited for it. I'm gonna try to make some room here for all the things. Okay, so this video, I'm gonna warn you now, this is a long video. I haven't started yet, but I know it's gonna be super long. If you don't have the time for that, then this is your chance to click off before you get invested. You can listen to it on double speed if you want, or just, you know, pause it and come back another time. It's a long video. It takes a long time to do this. I love watching when people have really long setup videos. And so I would just suggest to grab a drink and your planner stuff and just kind of get your planner set up for 2026 with me. Okay, so at the end of 2025, I was using the Passionate Penny Pincher Home Planner, which is a printable version. So I did purchase the 2026 coiled home planner, but when I was using the like free bonus files they give you, so when you purchase the printed version, they give you a free digital version and they give you the bonus files for the end of that year. So I was in 2025 when I purchased it, so I got a few months at the end of 2025 to play around with, and I loved the size. I've been in a disc planner before and it didn't work out much longer than a few months. I want to try it again because I love the concept of it. I've been trying it throughout November and December, and I still like it, and I still think I want to keep doing it. I think the difference is that it's very big, and so I can kind of print whatever I want on a regular size sheet of paper and put it in my planner. So that's where I'm at now. I reserve the right to change my mind. I make planner videos and there's tons of planners to choose from, and I always have the opportunity to review things, which is amazing. It's one of the best parts of my job. And so sometimes a planner comes along that I want to use instead, and that might happen. So let's not get too invested. This is just for fun. And you should always use the planner that works the best for you and not the planner I'm using, if that makes sense. If it's the same planner, great. If not, you know, my goal on my channel is not to teach you how to use a specific planner. It's to help you uncover ideas and strategies for using whatever planner works best for you to, you know, keep your life simple and get organized and get your things done, right? That's my goal. I'm not trying to sell you a specific planner. I'm just trying to show you planners. So right now, this is the one that's working for me, and this is what I want to use until it stops working or until I find something else that's more fun. I love the idea of the checklists in here, and I want to try to make them work. So yeah, let's get to making the planner. I will say that I am a Passionate Penny Pincher affiliate. I wasn't when I first bought the planner, but then I loved it so much I applied for their affiliate program because I knew I would be making videos, and you know, the affiliate commission helps fund all the planner purchases and supplies that I buy to use on the channel. So I figured, let's see if I can get it. They approved me, and so in my description, all the links that I post for Passionate Penny Pincher are going to be affiliate links. However, I purchased everything with my own money. They did not gift me anything. So anyhow, let's talk about what's going on here. So this is the one that I'm using at the end of 2025. It has discs, metal discs from Plum Paper. These are rose gold. I'm going to use the silver version of those for this planner, to put this planner together. The other thing is that I messed up and I do not have a cover for my planner. It's just not here yet, and that's my own fault because I forgot to check out my cart. Yay! So I just kind of threw together real quick I have some of this. This is just patterned paper that I had in my stash from Hobby Lobby. It's super cute little snowmen, really cute. On the other side is just this like dot, kind of looks like snow to me. Whoops. I actually sandwiched a piece of plain white cardstock in between to kind of like thicken it up, bulk it up. And then I laminated it with 5mm laminating, a 5mm laminating pouch. And it actually did not, I feel like it didn't really work well. It's kind of not, it's definitely flimsy. I wanted something more rigid, so I think I'm gonna have to order like a 10mm cover or something. I don't know. I wanted to be able to make it myself, but my laminator only goes to 5mm. It does 3mm and 5mm. So I'm either gonna have to invest in a better laminator or just kind of, I don't know, figure something out. I've always used the Nair and Condren planner, right? And those are like the very rigid, like plastic kind of covers, and that's kind of what I was looking for here. So this one is just a 3mm and it's a piece of cardstock and it was too flimsy. So then I went up to 5mm and it's just as flimsy. And the way I did it with the 3 layers, it didn't really seal very well. So this is just temporary until I get that figured out. And I don't have a back cover. So I think what we're gonna do is we're just gonna go ahead and use the covers that I already have on the 2025 planner. And we're just gonna kind of put that as the back for now because I just need a cover, right? Oh, and I guess I need to punch this too. So let me grab my Happy Planner punch and then we'll start talking about what I have here as far as supplies go. Let me make sure I'm putting this in the right spot. It might be really hard to punch through this lamination and also the 3 layers. So I'm gonna have to use all of my muscles. It did not work. Oh no. Oh man, yeah, I should have known better. You know, I like to try to do things like on my own. And I like to use what I have instead of buying all new supplies every time I do a project, you know. I did ask for the Crocodile, it's like, it does a single like mushroom or like disc punch hole at a time. I did ask for that for Christmas, so we'll see if Santa brings it. And then hopefully, I wanted to be able to make my own covers, but it looks like this is not gonna work. I think the solution will be to order some clear covers and then I can just punch cardstock to put like under it, you know, for the decoration. Wow, well this is unfortunate, but hey, this is just to show you real life. I can't even get it out of here. It's like stuck in there. Yeah, darn. It just doesn't work. This is just kind of made for like 3 pieces of paper at a time, so I just thought I would try it. Anyway, so we don't have new covers, which is disappointing. And even if I had ordered my cardstock, I still would have done it this way, so it probably wouldn't have worked anyway. So that's actually good because then the better cardstock that I wanted to use isn't damaged. So that will just have to be an update for when I actually do my January plan. But right now we're just gonna go ahead and keep, let's swap the covers so we have like an actual different cover to look at. How about that? And then, yeah, this will be the new front cover. These are Passionate Penny Pincher cover choices that come with the planner when you order it. And yeah. I just had these printed by Cheaper Copies, cheapercopies.com, and then I had it printed on their cardstock, and I laminated it myself, and I was able to punch through that, but I think it's just that 5 mil, and then it was like the cardstock and 2 sheets of paper as well. It was just too much for that punch. But let's get this, just so I have something to hold the discs together. And we will start putting the pages in. Let's put the dividers in. So let's talk about the dividers. I made these using cardstock from Echo Paper. The line is called Our Happy Place, and I picked this line because the colors are so cute. And I love the florals, and I thought it complemented the colors in the planner nicely. So I thought it would just look nice for that. And then, you know, you can see each side is different. And so I made these using a 12 by 12 piece of cardstock and a thing called a punch board, which I will link in my description from Amazon. It took a while to figure out how to do it because this is made for punching just 3 tabs, you know, a bottom, a top, and a middle. And I had to figure out how to get the tabs lined up and spaced evenly for an 11-inch sheet of paper. And I figured it out finally, and I will do another video on that. So if you are interested in doing this and making your own dividers for the 8.5 by 11 inch size, you're gonna need one of these. So I will link this in the description. And then 12 by 12 paper. And then eventually there will be a video where I will show you how to do it. And we will try to do that sooner rather than later, but I just can't fit it into this video. Okay, so the other stuff that I have kind of like all over my workstation here, I have a book of stickers from Planner Kate, and that is right here. This is my big book of stickers that I use for planner setup, as well as I just have like sticker kits in here that I have purchased and not used, but we'll try to use them this year, I think. So I have that nearby. I have some Passionate Penny Pincher sticker books. I have the Home Planner Edition 1, like in the peach color. I have the Holiday sticker book and the Faith sticker book. I don't know if I'll use these. I think I will probably put the holiday stickers in on the months, at least, because, you know, those aren't going to change. And, oh, and this is how some of the cardstock that's double-sided will have these sheets that you can kind of cut apart to make smaller little, like 4x4 squares, or, you know, 4x6 or whatever different sizes. And so like the other side of the divider looks like that, but it still matches, and so I just kind of thought it's fine. It's kind of like a little patchwork situation on the other side of the divider. Okay, and I thought about laminating these, and I think I still will. I'll probably just do the 3 mil, and then I will be able to punch through that with my my punch. And then that way they'll stay nice and sturdy for the whole year. One of the other things, I did use Planner Kate month stickers to label them on both sides. I just love this font that Planner Kate is using, and I just think it looks good. It looks a lot nicer than my handwriting, and also my label maker died, so I don't have a label maker anymore. And hopefully Santa brings me one. I just think it looks really pretty together. Let's see, what else do I have as far as supplies goes? Of course I have my printed planner, and most of the pages I printed myself. I will link a video where I talked about that. I didn't really break down the cost too much on like how much it actually costs to do it. I feel like it's so different depending on like your printer and your ink and everything, but I did find that it would have been cheaper, slightly cheaper, to have cheaper copies printed versus me printing it with my current printer and ink cartridge pricing. And then that's with like generic ink and not the like Canon brand ink. So it's really up to you. I prefer to print myself because then I can do it like, you know, at 9 o'clock at night and have it that day, right? I, you know, just like the idea of being able to just do my own thing. And I'm using better paper than normal. So this is Hammermill brand premium laser print bright white 32-pound paper. And I think it's very nice. It's so soft and nice, and everything prints really nice and crisp, and it's a nice thickness too. Okay, so what else do I have before we start putting these together? I do have all of my highlighters and stuff here. I have the Passionate Penny Pincher set, but I also have some from the Daily Grace Co., which these ones are from the Daily Grace Co. There's 2 sets. They're the same highlighters. So if you like the Passionate Penny Pincher ones, there's 2 other sets, and none of the colors overlap on all of them. So yeah, if you like those, I will link them in the description. I don't know how much I'm going to use them in this video, but you know, it's always good to have links to things while there are like holiday sales and stuff so that you can get the best deal you can find. So I have those, and of course I have all my other highlighters and markers and things. And then pens, I'm using the Passionate Penny Pincher gel pens, and these are another thing that the Daily Grace Co. and Cultivate What Matters has the same exact pens, and the Daily Grace and the Cultivate ones have like a rose gold, where this one, the Passionate Penny Pinchers, are gold. But if you love these pens and you love how they write, there's tons more over there. So make sure you're checking out like my links in my description and coupon codes and all that, so that you can get like the best deals during the sale times. Okay, so the other thing I have, I didn't talk about my tea. This is just black tea, and I put a peppermint bark. It's just Walmart brand, great value tea. And so it's black tea, but then I put a peppermint bark holiday herbal tea in there just for some flavor, and some oat milk creamer and some cupcake sugar-free sweetener syrup from Chalk Zero. It's super good. And I have washi tape over here. I have 3 drawers like this, but this one has my Passionate Penny Pincher washi tape in it. So I have that kind of handy off camera here in case I need it during the setup. Okay, so at the beginning of the planner here, I want to put like all of my, what is this called? Like the front matter of the planner. And I have rearranged the printing order. I've taken out pages I know I don't need, and I have added pages from other planners throughout. So I have the Passionate Penny Pincher Home Planner, I have the Work Planner, and I have the Money Planner. And so for all of those, I've kind of created my own Franken planner, but I printed it that way so that it would be all the pages would go where I want them to, right? So I really love the notes pages that come with the Work Planner. They look like this. They have the cute floral up here, and they have like a checklist down the side, and there's like the floral is over here on one of them, and then it's like in the other corner on the other. So when it's a 2-page spread, it's like cute. Anyway, so anytime there was a notes page in the Home Planner, I swapped it out with the Work Planner notes pages. And also I didn't print a bunch of notes pages because, like I said, I can just print things as I need them, and then that will keep down the bulk, and it will just, you know, it keeps down the expense if I end up not needing them, because I do use tons and tons of sticky notes as well. So let's start putting these in, and I'm actually going to use a name sticker here. So I have Planner Kate name stickers. These are custom stickers that you order in whatever font you like that Planner Kate has, and it comes on a sheet with a few, so it will last you a few years to put your name in your planner. So I'm going to just take one off of here and put it right here. Super easy. So if you have some anxiety about writing in your planner because you don't want to mess it up, and you know, maybe you don't like your handwriting, but you want your name page to look really cute, that's a perfect solution for that. And yeah, so we have our name in our planner, and then I went ahead and printed my 2026-2027 year at a glance page directly on the back of that. I took out all of the like how to use this planner kind of stuff, and if I ever need to reference that again, I still have it in the digital file. I just don't need it in my planner on a regular basis. So I put that there, and I've already sat down and done this. So what I've done is I've taken my yellow highlighter, and I highlighted all the no school days through the rest of this school year and next school year. And then I have used these clear, like transparent stickers. All my stickers are from Planner Kate. If you're new to my channel, I love Planner Kate stickers. I'm also an affiliate for Planner Kate, and I have a discount code which is KK20, and that works almost anytime something's on sale that doesn't require a coupon code, like it's already marked down on the site. You can apply my coupon code and save even more money. So I am using these. Now these unfortunately are no longer available because Kate has changed the sticker paper that she was using. These are very old. This is the new sticker paper, and I liked these outline circles better, so I'm just trying to use these up instead of breaking into these. You see I have a ton of them, but yeah, so if you want some kind of like transparent stickers for your calendar, the mini ones work really well. So you can see how there's two different sizes. The smaller size works really well on this, and now this is the 8.5 by 11, so this is a little bit bigger than the coiled one, but I think it's still fine. So what I've done is I just went ahead and put the circles on the first and last days of school. And then one other thing, I actually need to find my Passionate Penny Pincher stencil. I have these stencils. These are from Erin Condren, but I don't know if they have them anymore. Maybe I used these. No, I think I used the Passionate Penny Pincher one that comes with the coiled planner. Anyway, I used a circle, like a circle to take so there's a chisel tip side on the highlighter. There's also a fine point side or a finer bullet tip. And I just circled in the same color the days that I know that he has like early dismissal, because it's still kind of like a no school day, but since it's a circle, I'll know that it's not like a full no school, it's just an early dismissal. So that's how, what I've done there. The other thing that I will probably put on here is highlight when there are Formula One races, because my husband and I love Formula One. My husband runs a business in another state, and so he's like never home, and we like to try to coincide when he is home with, you know, weeks where my son doesn't have school and there's also like a Formula One race, so that we, you know, we can watch it together and everything. And so I find it handy to have all on one spot, so I don't have to like flip through a bunch of different things. And that has been working for us for the past couple of years, so I'll probably do that again once the new schedule comes out. I think I have the dates for Formula One, but I'm not sure. I feel like that came out and I just haven't printed it out yet, maybe. I still will probably print it out and put it in the back of the planner so that I have more details, but at least knowing which weekends have a race is what I really want to know on here. Okay, and then I have my important dates, and so I have them facing each other so that I can see, like I can open my planner and see at a glance like everything that I need to for the whole year all at once. I currently just have some sticky notes here for future planning. There's an event in January and another one in February that I'm going to need to add to this planner. So I'm putting them here so that I don't lose them whenever I start filling out those months. I'll probably move them to the months now that we're setting up the planner. So this is the Dream Big Home Project List, and this is the 2026 financial goals page. And these are from the home planner as well. And I guess I need to figure out what I want to put here. I also have my power sheets, which I will link the other video where I talked about all of my goals. And we do have a list of some things we want to do in 2026. And then we have financial goals for 2026. So I can write them here. And then this is the personal goals and like the looking forward to section. So with the personal goals, this one specifically says to pick like one goal to track all year and then track it here. And since I have the printable version of this, I thought it would be kind of neat that if I wanted to pick more than one, I could just print out another one of these, and then this one would be for goal A and this one would be for goal B, something like that. For right now, looking at the goals that I've set for myself, I have a couple of different things that I could track all year. I've considered doing another 1,000 hours unplugged goal, and I thought about tracking that here. The other thing would be I really want to declutter my whole house, so I could write down every area I've decluttered each month and just see it grow over the year. But the planner itself has kind of like a plan in it for working on your whole house, so I don't know. Speaking of, here it is. So I've put these in the order that made the most sense to me, kind of like in a this is quarterly, this is broken down quarterly, but it's all the weekly projects. And then we have like the monthly checklist of all of the things that I need to make sure I'm doing every month. So as I'm going through the pages, it's kind of like filtering down into smaller time increments, I guess. And then I have here I decided to put a notes page on this side facing this, because if there was any like master checklist kind of things that are just like one-off kind of tasks that aren't like monthly, I could put them here and then consult that when I'm doing my monthly checklist. You know, I can make sure to add my tasks to the checklist, and then I can look here and see if there's anything I can do that month. So that's what I did. That's why I put this checklist on this side. And then on the back of it, I just have the emergency prep checklist, which is another kind of like one-off, one at a time thing that I can kind of scan this as I'm planning my month and see if there's anything I need to, you know, look for or something to add to our little like emergency stash. And so that's like the main home planner things. And now I have some work pages here. And this one doesn't go there actually. So on this one, I've printed the notes page on this side, and I'm considering getting some top tab dividers or even making them and doing like a divider for work, because I have learned that I do really like to have work things in my planner, but not like all of them. But I do like to have the basics. So when I need to plan for my life, I also need to consult like my work planner. So I've kind of done the same setup. I've printed, this is from the home planner. I'm pretty sure it's just another, I just printed this twice. And it's also just like a year at a glance, just like this one. And I have my work dates to remember. And what I've done is I've printed the ones from the 2025 planner because I like the color blue. The 2026 work planner has yellow. So I've done that. I've started filling some things out. So that's why I just have sticky notes over them for now. We've got a notes page, and then this is just like a workspace checklist. What I think I'm gonna do with this is laminate this, because this is kind of like a weekly checklist. I'm thinking about laminating it. And then also this side is just like routine tasks. So this one will just have, you know, it'll just kind of help me plan my work week, my work month or whatever. And then I can keep reusing it. Either that, or I could just keep printing it, and I would just print it on the cheaper paper if it's something that I'm just going to use and throw away every week. The work monthly goals checklist, it's just like the home one, but it's a work version. So there's that and that. And then, well, this is monthly goals, and then there's monthly checklist. So I'm not really sure why it's separate, but I decided to go ahead and print both, because then I could see if I needed both. I don't know. So then we have the monthly checklist, and then we have the expense tracker, and then a notes page. And then here I have an example of the work goals pages, and I've printed a bunch of these with the goals breakdown sheet on one side and then a notes page on the other. And I have a bunch filled out, but I don't want to put them on the channel right now. So this is where they will go, I think, so that I can make sure I'm referencing them as I'm planning. Yeah. And then I think the rest of what I have here to put in the planner is monthly stuff. So we can turn the monthly tab and start working with January. And this is where I have the money planner and the home planner pages together. So I actually had the money planner printed from cheaper copies before I decided that I wanted to put it all together with my planner, my regular planner. So let me show you. I think it's here. Yeah. So I have all of these things, and I do need to punch these still. And I think what I'll do is, I haven't decided yet if I want to keep them in my planner. So I'm either going to punch them and put them in here, or I'm going to put them in their own binder. But I kind of feel like it might make more sense to have them in my like catch-all planner so I can see everything. And then if I do that, I might need to reprint some pages, because really I think I need the bill payment schedule. And I like this is like a bill, like it's not for one specific month, it's just like, say rent's due on the 1st or whatever. Yeah, and then you have your annual budget overview, your savings account ledger, all of these kinds of things. The grocery budget expenses I absolutely want in this planner, because that is one of my main financial goals for 2026, is to actually track everything, every penny I spend on groceries. I don't really want the bank account information in there, so I might end up actually reprinting some of these pages. I think a few of them I can probably keep, but the ones that have random stuff on the back, I might reprint and just put like a notes page there. I don't know yet, and that's why I haven't done anything with it, because I just keep kind of hemming and hawing over that. But I do want the bill tracker and the spending tracker and stuff in here, but I think I'm doing a spending tracker for each month. So this is actually like what the divider was for the money planner, but I just had it printed on regular paper. So let's go ahead and do this. And so this is going to just kind of be in between, like before the planning starts. This is where I can kind of park sticky notes about the month, or I can put my tending list in here, just the things that you start collecting all throughout the month for like next month. I can just kind of punch and put in here. And then this is the Money Planner January 2026 monthly overview. And it kind of has, every month there's like a different like financial activity. And so for January, it's start a family budget meeting. And then there's just some prompts about that. So this is kind of stuff you would do to get ready for the month. And so that is all going here before the like calendar pages. And then this is just more planning for the month, and then the budget worksheet and the daily spending ledger. And so what's going to happen with this is that if I go past this, I'll just print another one to put here to add to it. Ideally, I won't need to, because, then it means I'm not spending a ton, but so those are like the money pages, and they look a little bit different in paper color. Maybe you can't even tell, but it's because I had this printed somewhere else and then I printed this at home. So this is the January notes page, and we go into the January calendar. And mine is a Monday start, which is one of the main reasons I'm using the printable version of this planner, is because it only comes in a Monday start in the printable version. And I don't know, I'm loving it though. I'm not mad at it. So my thing is, whenever I printed this, I put notes pages behind the calendar so that I could add stuff here as well. And so this is just, and you always need extra notes pages. Instead of having notes pages like at the beginning and the end of my planner, I just kind of inserted them behind the calendar so that I could not have like my weeks, because normally you have the calendar and you go directly into the weeks, and so the first half of the week is on the back of your calendar, and I just like that breathing room to just have monthly stuff here instead of jumping right into the week. So we have multiple places we can add just random monthly stuff. And then that way also, whenever I put the rest of the planner together, I don't have to have all of my weeks printed out until I think what I'll do is maybe each quarter I will print out the weeks for that quarter, or maybe I might even wait until the month is beginning, who knows. But so for now, I'm pretty sure I only printed just January's weeks. Yeah, so I have only January's weeks. But we have our checklist pages for whatever, and then we go into the weeks, And like I said, it's a Monday start. I have been struggling with the Sunday start the last couple of months because Sunday's right here, and it's just, I don't know, it's not it for me. So anyway, I do like that this is all here now in the right order. Sunday's down here where it belongs for me, and my brain is happy with that. So I'm gonna just kind of stick all of these in now, and we'll just flip through the pages real quick. I've done the review on this and flipped through it, and we've talked about it when I was planning the setup, so this isn't new on the channel, but just in case you didn't watch those videos, you know, you have all the weeks, and it goes through the different cleaning tasks each month, and then you have your weekly cleaning task. These here, the weekly home project schedule for the week that it goes with, it's actually printed on that week, which is nice because you don't have to like rewrite it or put it on your to-do list or whatever. You have all your daily tasks up here. There's a scripture reading plan, which is great. And I'm gonna try to follow this planner as long as I can. I really think it will work for me. I am kind of struggling with the daily checks, but I do have a solution for that on my fridge. I have their printable version of the daily checklist. So if you like the idea of all of the daily things, but you have a planner you love and you don't want this one, they do have some other options for that. But when we get to the end of the month here, I have monthly reviews. So this is the home planner monthly review. No, this is the money planner monthly review here, and this is the work planner monthly review here. So that does reference work a little bit, but these prompts are not just for work. So I think it's fine. And then what I'll probably do is put my tending list in here and leave it in here because it'll have a monthly review on the back. And then I just have a notes page on the end. So then when we get through the rest of the planner, we have the February section. And like I said, I will print out the weeks, and I'll put those like money pages in because I do already have most of the money pages printed. I'll do that as we go, and this is going to help keep the bulk down a lot. And what I'll probably do also is remove old pages that I don't need as the year goes on. And these are very large discs too, so they can accommodate quite a bit. I just, I didn't want to have too much bulk because I don't know how much I'm going to want to put in here. Plus there's like pockets and other things that I want to add. So for March, I have actually put the spring cleaning checklist, which is at the front of the planner normally. If you get the coiled version, it's coiled in at the front of the planner. I went ahead and printed the spring cleaning checklist with a notes page on the back, and this is the yellow version of the work planner, so you can see the difference there. And I did that so that it can just move from week to week. And if I'm not done in March or whenever I decide to start this, I can just put it in with the next month. And I'm a very out of sight, out of mind kind of person. I need to see things. And so if this is up at the front of my planner, I'm literally never going to go back and look at it because it's not something that I would be using on a regular basis, and I'll just forget it exists. I did the same thing. There's a Christmas checklist. I did the same thing with that, and that's at the end of the planner in December. So we have this notes page on the back, and then whenever I print, the weeks again, there'll be that facing notes page here. And then, so yeah, and then in April, if I'm not done with my spring cleaning, I can just move the list there, and it'll be nice and handy. So I'm just loving the concept of the disc planner, and I really hope it works for me this year. I love Erin Condren, and I know I will still probably use, I'll definitely be using Erin Condren products like notebooks and things. And I, love their planners. So that's why I said at the beginning that there's a chance I might switch out if I need something new. I'm also one of those people that sometimes I just need like a kickstart and some motivation, and Sometimes I just need to set up a new planner because I love doing it so much, just to stay interested and to just kind of like refine my process, which is one of the reasons why I like the disc planner, because you can change your system up very easily that way. But also, you know, there's a likelihood that I will have an Erin Condren planner again this year. So anyway, don't get mad at it. It's not that serious. It's really not that deep. But we have the rest here. And then I think what I want to do is, because I haven't actually filled anything in yet, is I need to start writing in the things so that we actually have the planner set up and ready to start kind of planning in. And I actually will probably put the rest of my December in the front here so that I can just keep the whole planner together. And the reason I have the months printed only and not the weeks is because that way with the months I can actually start filling in as things get scheduled, or at least have a place to park sticky notes or something, you know. So here's December, and this is the Christmas checklist I was talking about. So I printed, normally the Christmas checklist is 2 pages like this way. I printed it front to back so that I can move it around during my, during all of December. I can move it to whatever weeks I want. Or I can just take it out and put it on my fridge or whatever I need to do. So that way it's all on one spot. So now we have like the back, and this is where I've also kind of thought, do I put like another tab here or what, like so that it's separate from the weeks? I don't know. But we have the 2027 dates to remember, and I printed a notes page on the back of that because I thought that it would be really good to just be able to take this out and use it in 2027, because if I've already written everything in there, I could do that. Or at the very least, this comes out and goes in my stack of things for 2027 to start planning that, instead of being like in the planner forever. And then I have notes pages on the back. So this is the workplace checklist, and this is just printed on just really cheap paper. And then these are just the rest of some of the money planner things that I didn't end up using. So those were just kind of like in the stack together. So let's see what else I have. I took some notes in a video recently to kind of decide what I wanted in my planner, and I'm pretty sure I have it all. So I don't think I really need that anymore. This is my current planner, so let's move some of these things over. So this is when I'm going to get charged again for my Dwell audio Bible subscription, and I just wanted to note that, I guess, because I just paid it. And I think that needs to go in. It's a sinking fund I contribute to every month, so that at the end of the year I do that with all of my annual bills and memberships, like your Prime membership and stuff like that. I contribute to my savings. I keep that money in a high yield savings account and contribute to it every month, and I have different buckets set up so that I keep them separate so I can see how much money I have saved for each thing. And that way it's earning interest, since I'm trying not to spend it. It's kind of like how when people do cash envelopes. I just do it that way because my money is digital and I shop online a lot, so I don't want the cash. And also, if it's in that account, it can be making money. Like, I get free money every month because of that. So I don't know if that needs to go on like the money section, or if I should just put that on the date section. I think what I might need to do is print out a, let's see, where did I put those money planner pages? I don't know if this has one of those. I mean, I'm sure it does. It's the money planner. Like an important dates for 2026, but oh, this says 2025 on it because that's how much it was when I resubscribed in 2025. I think I put that so that I would remember how much it probably is in 2026, so that I know how much to save for it for the month. I think that's what it was. Okay, so I guess what I'm looking for, is there like a thing that tells for annual, there's this. So I think what I need is something for your annual like bills, the things that you have to pay annually, and kind of have just like, so I can see them all, like when they're going to come out of my account, or when I need to make sure to cancel it if I don't want to do it anymore. So maybe I need to print out a new one of like these just for budget stuff, or I could add it, I could just add the budget stuff here, because I do tend to not have a lot to put on these pages. But things like, oh, the car registration is in July, and our Amazon Prime is in November, Walmart Plus is in July, which I'm probably canceling. But anyway, I don't know. I don't know what I want to do there. Okay, but let's keep looking here. All right, we've got, so these are like the helpful hints. And then this is how it had like the maintenance and spring cleaning up at the front like this. And since I just did this like at the end of 2025, I never filled any of this out. And I did print the 20, this is where I kind of messed up, and I printed the Bible reading tracker in here. And then this is for 2026. And I'm thinking what I need to do is, let's take this out, and then I can print this one with like a notes page on the other side of it. I don't really need this. Maybe what I'll do is I'll cover this with some like washi or something, and then just use this as a notes page. Let's do that. Maybe we can do that in this video. So this is what the notes pages look like in the home planner. So I just thought the other ones were way cuter. And then we do have these dividers that came with the home planner. This is October. I just moved it to be like a work divider. And I have like work stuff up here that I don't need. And then I had like my tending list and this kind of stuff in here. So this needs to just go back in with my November, like with my stickers here. So let's go in the back, and I just have these in order by month. So this is November. Let's put these in here, and I'm gonna take the Erin Condren ones out and not put them in this book. But is that? This is $6.50. Okay, so there's some November stickers. So once we get around again, I can look through here and maybe use some of these as I'm planning. I really want to use up my stuff this year, you know, and just kind of use the things I have instead of buying new things. Like I have so many stickers for March and April. Look at all these stickers for April, and then there's some, you know, for the whole rest of the year. I've got like leftover stickers that I still like the design of, and I don't know. I need to like, I should make an effort to use these things. All right, what else is in here that I need to move over? Let's move this little sticky I made. It's just a tab that I used Planner Kate stickers to just make like a little tab there. And then I don't need anything for November. And then I do need, here, I need to move this over here and take out December. And then put that in the front of the planner. I probably won't put the weeks that have already passed in there, but at least like the last couple of weeks. And I have this like old plum paper, double-sided pocket. I have the December stickers. I have this thing. Okay. Oh, I do need this. This is for Apple TV and how much I need for that, because we need Apple TV starting in like late February, March to watch Formula One. It was on ESPN, but now Apple TV has it for this upcoming season. So we've never had Apple TV before, so I guess I need to get a membership for that, but I'm waiting until I really need it so that I'm not like, you know, starting it and then not watching it. Like, I don't want to pay for, you know, I know there's a lot of good shows on there, but we have a ton of shows we're watching right now. So, okay, this I'm just going to put here. I like these for my stencils and things, just random things that fit in here. And we'll just do that just to keep those there. Like I said, I do want a new cover for that. But we need to put December in here. And we have the December tab. Oh, I had this list of Christmas cookies, which I've already transferred onto my whiteboard downstairs in the kitchen. But we're just gonna put the end, like the last of December in the front here. And yeah, I have a checklist here I'm not using. I have this freezer inventory I forgot to keep up with, of course, but I will need that. I need to go through and check off what I've used and then make sure I'm using that stuff up. And then this I need, and then the calendar. And I just have a tab on this because I didn't have tabs on those dividers, so I just kind of made my own. Here's the other side of the calendar. And then I'm not gonna put the rest in. Oh, my tending list can go in, which I haven't been keeping up with that either. Oh, the Christmas checklist, that needs to go in. And the weeks, the current week I will need, I don't need those. So I guess that week is gonna just be whatever. But this is the current week. And today when I'm filming this is Monday. So see, film planner setup. I need to check off the things for Sunday. This is my monthly checklist. Oh, this needs to go back in the pocket. These are some other things I need to keep track of. This is just the end of the current week and the next week, basically Christmas week. And then this is New Year's week. Okay, and then I had this, but I don't need this anymore. This was like the Sunday start version. Oh, I need this. This needs to go in. And so I don't need these because they're Sunday start, and I just don't want them. And then this is the school calendar, which I've already marked all those dates. So I think what we'll do is we'll just put that in the back of the planner. I think I'm gonna have a section back here for reference. Back in the back for things like the school calendar and the Formula One calendar. There's a tennis schedule, those kinds of things, because once I get them, I want to write them in the planner, but then keep this handy because it has details. So let's put these things here. Yeah, see how I have like the 2025 Formula One schedule? Well, now that I have a disc planner, I can just print that and then punch it. And then it has all of the dates and where they're gonna be. So I need to do that with the 2026 version. And all of these things, I keep them folded because then I don't have to worry about anything showing on the channel on accident when I'm flipping through, because, you know, there's school information and people's email addresses and stuff that I don't want like on camera. but let's just put this back in here. I want to make a big version. And I know there's probably tutorials on YouTube I could follow, but I also just want to try to figure it out on my own. And again, I forgot to order my cardstock. So I don't know, maybe I will have that figured out whenever we do the tab tutorial. I don't need this anymore. Okay, those are things I don't need. This was an important thing for January. So let's go into January. And I think what I'm going to end up doing is, so I made this month tab, right? And I think what I'm going to do is put this on the calendar, because I like to have a tab that goes directly to the calendar, because I do reference this like almost always. Like I look at this more than I look at the weeks technically. So I do want to go there, and my tabs aren't going to open directly to my calendar anymore like they did in my Erin Condren planner. So I think I will be putting that same this month tab there. Okay, so I think we finally have the planner built, and now we can actually start filling it out. I need to take a sip of tea because my throat is getting scratchy from all the talking. I have this cute little like 80s or 90s like Christmas mug. I don't think you're gonna be able to see that without me spilling it. I found it at Goodwill the other day. I was like, that is so cute. Okay, let's look through. Oh, I need to put the work tab where the work thing goes. That is gonna go where my work stuff starts, which is here. Which, let's put it here where it will open. And I want that to be a top tab. So I think I want to make top tabs, and I might even make a top tab for this month and maybe this week for the weeks. I don't know. I love the idea of that. Just being able to flip through to the exact page you need. Yeah. All right. Let's see. I'm thinking we need to figure out, so I don't need anything for December, because we're not, you know, that's not part of the setup. I just needed to get it there so I didn't lose it, and then I could just have all one planner together instead of having two on my desk. I could fill these things in. Also, I kind of feel like I want to put like the dates on the months they go to so that they're just there. Like this is for an event on the 13th that I need to fill in, and then this is for something my son is gonna need to go to in February. So yeah, I could write these in here. So, oh, you know what is important too is I started my other planner at the beginning of the year, my Erin Condren planner, and I did get that out so that I could make sure to transfer anything. So let's actually take it out here just to save some space. And let's kind of look through here to see. Let me take this out and put it away so I don't lose it since I'm not going to be using this planner. Okay, my domain for my website expires on the 19th, so that's important, 19th of 2026. Sorry, December 19th, 2026. See here, this is where I had like tennis and no school and Formula One and everything. Okay, so this is where I typically would have my things kind of scheduled out for the year, but I'm going to be following the Passionate Penny Pincher version of this, so I don't need to do that. But what I do need to do is move these kinds of things, because these are like my notes. I've had these for so long. That's why they're on like the old school neon Post-its, because they're that old. So let's just stick them here for now. These are just notes about which filters we use, so let me put maybe that on the home thing. And then we'll start actually like maybe writing them in. It'll be the end of an era for these. I might just like, I don't know, it feels sad to not keep them. I know that sounds silly, but they've been in every planner for many years. If I write them in my planner, then I wouldn't need the sticky note anymore, and that would be sad. So these are kind of pages I didn't end up using. And I have some notes here about things I want to do. Let's come back to this page to fill out my expenses, like my monthly bills checklist. And then this goes right into July. So what else do I need out of here? I had some notes in the back. Let me take this out. Let me take out all the stuff that I just don't need anymore so it doesn't get lost in the abyss when I put this planner up on a shelf. I think that's probably it back here. I took everything out. Oh, I have like the library hours. I like to go to the library when the bookstore is open. There's a little used bookstore in our library, and I'm always sad if I go to the library and the bookstore is closed. So I have both of the hours together. So, okay, so that's it for this planner for now. This does go through July of 2026. This is the Erin Condren dashboard planner. So I know there's a week back here that I practiced in, but you know, I have this always as a backup if I wanted to go back to the Erin Condren. I have one. So that's just going to go on the shelf so I don't lose it. And this is just the kind of random notes stuff that I don't really know what to do with. This is kind of the things that I guess I'm just going to have to put like on notes pages, I guess. Okay. Oh, I said I was going to keep that one page open so that I could copy over my sinking funds, which really I could just open up my YNAB, my You Need a Budget app and do that, but all right, where are those pages at? Are they on the next page? So this is goals, home project schedule, monthly checklist. Wait, did I not put the bills in here? That's part of that money planner that I didn't punch those pages because I didn't. Is that this? All right, let's see. Is this what I was going to use? I think it is what I was going to use. Okay, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to use this side because I don't have that many. It's the same. It's just 2 pages of the same thing. And so I'm going to use the right side. I'm going to, I guess, create like a new topper there. And then it opens up to this. So we'll punch these. What's here? Annual budget overview. I'll punch that. Savings account ledger. I wish I would have had the thought process to change these in Adobe Acrobat. I could have gone in and changed these, but for now I'm going to end up whiting them out and putting all of my sinking funds on here. So I think what I'll end up doing is I want to put like how much it needs to be and like the date it needs to be funded by. I kind of need that. Like that's what I really need. I'm not sure if this is going to work, but we're going to punch it anyway. And then this is the debt reduction plan. I could put my student loan on there. What's on the back of the other side? I don't need all of this. Grocery budget. Okay, I guess I will because I do want the grocery budget. And then here is the bank account information. And what was this? This was the other spending tracker, subscription information. I think what we'll do is we'll just ignore that this says bank account information. I'm not going to actually put that in my planner, but we'll punch it and stick it in there so that I have it. And then where does this go? Should it go here? See, I don't know. I do want it here, I think. I think what's going to happen is I just need to print a new one because I actually don't need this, I think. I don't really need this either. Savings account I want, and then what I can do is I can reprint it with the right things. And then put these on the back and a notes page. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, so I'm gonna just take a break real quick. You're not even gonna notice, but I'm gonna take a break and print that off and come back. All right, so I've got these printed now, and this is what I did. Oh, did I print these wrong? I printed it smaller. Oh no. I must have clicked, it must have been set to like fit the size versus fit the page. Oh well, that still works. Okay, so it just looks smaller, goodness. Okay, so I have done, this is backwards. Don't punch it on the wrong side, Kristen. Okay, yeah, here we go. Okay, so I think my printer is going out of ink already. Okay, I have my bill payment schedule. I just did the one side, and I have a dates to remember, because remember I was saying I needed a spot to kind of write you know, all those random annual bills or whatever. So I went ahead and put those together so that I could see, you know, what's coming up as far as bills. And then I have my savings account ledger, which I went ahead and changed to be the things like my actual sinking funds. And I have my grocery budget expenses section and a notes page. So, and then I'm going to put that here behind the emergency prep. So let's get these punched. Let's just do 2 pages at a time. It's only 4 pages, but hopefully my hole punch is not mad at me still. Okay, good. So those go here. So now we have some of our budget and money stuff right here in the planner. And one of the things that I always have trouble keeping track of is if I've already contributed to one of my savings buckets or sinking funds that month, because I use You Need a Budget, or YNAB, to kind of help me keep track of my finances. And so anytime I get income, I assign it to something. And so sometimes I will fund my, you know, next month's savings goals early, and I need to know if I've done that. Like I have a hard time like reconciling like the numbers in my head just by looking at like the app and the bank account. I don't know what it is. It's just, I need to see it, and I need to like write it down and see what I've done to be able to kind of keep track of that. So that's what we have here. So now, while I was like waiting for that to print and everything, I grabbed my goal stuff. So in my previous goal setting up video, my prep work, I set up my power sheets, and I told you that I would show you how I continued to set them up because it was already a very long video, and I only did one goal break it down page. So these are my goals. This is kind of like the big dream, kind of like intangible, just like the person I want to become goals, mostly. And then I broke them down into, and I did it here. These are all finish line goals that I'm going to be working on throughout the year. And I just did this on a wild card. I spammed this page with floral stickers. I think it was just the flag stickers in that video. And then I just spammed the page with all of my stickers because I love these stickers. I just never use them. And like I said, it's a goal to use up my things this year. And because this is something that I'm not looking at on a daily basis, it's like crazy looking and I love it, but it's not creating like a sense of like chaos in my daily planning because I'm not going to be looking at this all the time. So I don't know, I just thought it would be a fun way to use up a ton of stickers and be creative without like messing with my head later as I'm planning. And so then I started filling out my goal action plans. On camera I did my finances one. I did add a few more stickers and stuff here and there. But basically what I ended up doing was taking the actual finish line goal, the tangible thing that I can cross off and say I finished it. That's what I did with the goal action plans. And you can see that I don't have stuff planned for every season of that. So, you know, it might change as we go, or it's just not something I need to work on in that season. And then some I just don't know yet, so I left it blank, like my home goal, and there's my financial goal. This is my personal goal, is to create a capsule wardrobe. I don't know. I think this is going to get filled out over time as I start figuring out what I need for each piece, but that's basically my first step, is to make a list of the pieces I need. And so I think maybe I can kind of put those here, or like shop for XYZ, like the certain things I need for that season. This is my faith goal, and my work goal, and my community goal, and my family goal. So, and then I just have them tabbed at the top with, Cultivate has some little page flags that match the colors, and so I just kind of have that there for easy like flipping through too. But let me put this in here before I lose it, and I'll continue to kind of work on this stuff. I wanted this handy so that I could kind of add them here, but I've also kind of started breaking them down in my Refresh Brain Dump journal. I'm going to use this one. I have a few of these. I really like these notebooks, and that they're like sturdy and just really good quality. I am going to use this blue one as just kind of like my goal notebook. So as I'm working through my goals all year, this is where I'll probably like take notes about certain projects or just whatever. And that way it's all in one spot. And not just like all over the place, you know? So I have just kind of tabbed out with those same page flags. I have like a layout for each of my goal action plans, kind of, and I left the first page blank so that I could use it as a table of contents, because these are numbered, these pages are numbered. So like my health goal, this is just kind of where I was sitting there brainstorming what I could do for my health goal specifically, and like if I want to do like an AIP, the autoimmune protocol, like diet plan. I've done this before. I want to do it again. It's been 5 years now since I've done it last. And so I just have here like to do that, and then the notes about it, and then just some other things that I want to do, and whether or not they're like a habit and how often I would do them. And then I just have this over here I could either use this as the seasonal, like, you know, season 1, 2, 3, and 4, and kind of put specific tasks for those, or it's just extra note space. The next one is my home goal. And so like on here, I have the big dreams, big home project list. These are the home projects I want to start working on, so I could make that list here. So anyway, I grabbed this notebook because it has all of my notes for what I might need to fill in here to keep track of. So I guess now let's start doing that. Where were we whenever I interrupted myself by not having my stuff ready? This is like the financial stuff, and so I can move this now. This is stuff that goes in that finances section with those important dates. So let's put those there for when we get to that page. The domain expiring, I feel like that needs to go in the work one because it's a work thing. Okay, so now we have our important dates here. And I think what I can do is maybe I can create Let's get a white sticky note. I have a printable color coding key sticky note on my site. It's in the freebies section if you sign up for my newsletter. But of course I don't have that printed out right now either. So I'm thinking, let's get some highlighters and I can put like a color code, like something, if something's a birthday. I actually have a perpetual calendar, which I have one in my Erin Condren planner here that has like birthdays written in it. I have the beautiful new Passionate Penny Pincher one that's like more permanent. That's gonna stay out on like my bookshelf at home. But these I can fill in with people's birthdays, and I don't know, should stuff like the car inspections even go on here? This is where I start to overthink a lot, and it annoys me whenever I do this, because I don't want to do it wrong. But the beauty of having this is if I totally screw it up or I hate the way I'm using it, I can just print off a new sheet, I think. So I need to kind of get over that. I'm trying to decide if the thing that's like the car registration, if it should go here for like the annual checklist, or if it should go on the important dates. I don't know. Do you do stuff like that on your important dates? Like, do you put like those tasky kind of things? Or is that more for like scheduling out appointments and trips and, you know, celebrations? I'm not sure how I want to use it. My tea is gone. I'm sad. I feel like I'm overthinking it. I definitely feel like I'm overthinking it. I kind of also want to put like the holidays on here because there aren't any holidays on this. I know they're in the months, but then it's just easy for whenever we're looking at this to plan ahead for, you know, when my husband's home and other things like that. I can say, oh, well, that's Easter weekend. You definitely need to be home that weekend. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to end up doing, is putting all the holidays that, you know, we observe or whatever on here, birthdays, other things that I know are coming up that I want to do as a family. That's what can go on here. And then like this is like a task, getting the cars inspected. And so maybe that needs to go on the checklist. I could put it here in summer. I know that says yard and home maintenance checklist, but I could write car inspections on there. I like that. So maybe that's where that needs to go too. The air filter. Yeah, I think this goes here and I can just leave it here. So I don't have to get rid of it. This is every March and September. Maybe I'll put those on here and then just cross out all the months that are not March and September. Because I don't think I have a whole ton of things to put here. I think what I'm gonna do with this page too, this is gonna be all of like the typical little tasks like oiling my butcher block, like, you know, that kind of thing, but also the things that support my goals but aren't like, you know, they're just kind of like recurring monthly things, like planning out my dinner menu for the month. Instead of having it be on my tending list, because it's not really, I talked about this in the Goal School Premium Facebook group. I had asked what people thought about like those kinds of things that, yes, monthly menu planning supports your, either your nutrition goals or your financial goals or whatever it is, but it's not like a tending list item. If it's already something that you're kind of like, it's more of a to-do list item, because for me at this point in my life, it's just a habit now. It's not really part of my goals. So that kind of thing is going to go on here and not take up space on my tending list and like overwhelm me on my tending list. That's the kind of stuff that's going to go on here. Okay, I know I'm not even writing anything yet, and I'm still just kind of like wrapping my head around all of this. I could have filled in my bills, but I also want to wait and do that whenever I sit down and talk about that with like the bills and stuff with my husband, and we kind of like reallocate who's paying what bills. We have a joint account, like that's how we've always paid our bills, but then I also have certain things that I pay for out of my personal account, just because that's just how we do it. I don't know, and I just want to make sure we're all, I might need to add stuff or swap something or whatever, I don't know, but I think I want to wait to do that so that I can do it in order of the date. That's why I didn't end up printing out that like monthly overview looking one, because I thought as long as I do it in the order of the date that it's supposed to happen, then that will be enough for me. Okay, so we can wait on all the money stuff, and then what is this? Why do I have that like that? Oh, I'll probably put a divider here, that's why. I should have done the other design here, but oh well. Okay, let's see. Let's actually write something down now. Let's do the home list, because I know what I want to do there. Let me take this off. And we will pull this out. Actually, I guess I didn't need to pull it out, but that's okay. Let's go to the home goal here. And my goal for 2026 is to create a calm and cozy home. And the things that I'm going to do in 2026 to make progress toward that is to declutter the whole house and then fix some things, like do some small projects. We don't want any big, huge expenses, because we are saving for a car for my son, and I want the big bulk of any savings we're able to do to go towards that. And then I want to use up all my stuff, which I guess in the makeup community, that's called Project Pan. But similar, basically just have the stuff available to use and use it, and that way I am using my things and seeing which stuff I love the most and deciding if I would want to repurchase that thing or not, and just using my things, using up the stickers, using up just anything in the house, not necessarily just like stationary stuff. And then 1 in and 1 out rule is non-negotiable. So like if I buy a pair of jeans, I need to get rid of a pair of jeans. I mean, I guess with the capsule wardrobe, there might be gaps that I'm filling. But if I'm buying a pair of jeans and I already have something that could work in that category, I need to get rid of one or the other, basically. So let's start off with the home projects. This specifically says, if you were to dream big for your home, family, and finances in 2026, what would you dream up? Would you love to brighten a room with fresh paint, clear out a closet, rearrange furniture in one room in your home, or sell a few things to purchase something new that you've been dreaming about? Write down your 2026 list and refer to it throughout the year to stay on track. So this is where I'm going to write that I want to do these ideas. So for 2026, we want to repair the gate on our driveway. And if you're new to my channel to watch this setup, first of all, welcome. I don't even know if I said that earlier, sorry about that. But I try to keep things very simple, and I'm not really, like you saw on here how much I decorated like that page. I don't typically do that in my planner because I find that when I'm looking through my planner to plan things, I'm already kind of like, okay, there's a lot going on, and I don't want all of that extra chaos happening on my planner pages when I'm trying to make a plan to not have chaos, if that makes any sense. So I don't really do like a whole lot of decorating. I may go and add some like washi tape here and there because I just like the little pretty details, but it's not going to be like this big, huge, like planned out layout. That's just not how I do things. We need to repair the drywall on the hallway ceiling. The hallway that's directly below our air conditioning unit in the attic when our AC went out this past year. It leaked, like the condensation overflowed from the pan and just kind of ruined that. And we've patched it up, and then now it's stained, and we do need to replace that section. And then repaint. So, and then this is a bigger project that I don't feel like we're gonna get to this year because I feel like it's gonna cost a couple $1,000s. And if I was gonna pick a $1,000 project, it would probably be the gate. But our sunroom, which is really just like a breakfast area, it's just all windows and doors in that room, and so that gets a lot of daylight, and so I call it the sunroom. The door there and the trim around the door all needs to be like replaced. And I think the door we want for that room itself is like $1,300. So yeah, it's not like hung right. The people who did it before we moved in didn't do a great job on it, and water gets in, and we had some flooding, and it actually just kind of like ruined all of the trim in that room. So yeah, replace sunroom door and trim. Okay, and the lighting in our kitchen, we're going to replace kitchen lighting, and that's going to be parentheses overhead. We want to do can lighting instead of like we have this big like light box that kind of hangs down into the middle of the room. So we want to take that out completely and then put can lighting in so that it kind of opens up the room a little more as far as like ceiling height. And then also the under cabinet lighting is old, but I rely on it to be able to see what I'm doing when I'm cooking. I just want like strip lighting instead of these big, there's like really big fixtures that take up a lot of space, and I can't put a lot of appliances under my cabinets because they take up so much space. So I want to remove those and replace it with like thin LED strip lighting. There. And then the bathroom lighting also needs to be replaced. I don't know if we'll get to that this year though, but hey, this is dreams, right? Replace bathroom lighting. Finish out the smart switches. So I have a lot of smart switches around our house. And I want to put in more in the rooms that don't have them because we love them. And yeah, and then garage storage. So I'll put install. We already have the pieces, like the cabinets and the stuff to build like a workbench area. It's just, we need to put it and actually like permanently in place and everything, in the spot that my husband wants it. Instead of where we just kind of put it. We got like a secondhand set of those like cabinets you can hang on the wall and everything. And we put them where we thought he would want to use them, but now we've changed, or he's changed his mind. So thankfully we didn't actually hang them. We just kind of put them over there. Okay, so that's the main list of the things we're going to try to get to. And that's really all I'm going to write here, because I think that I can continue to like use this page to list more things as we think of them, and then they can get just get transferred to next year. Because one of the things I do want to do is create a master list of everything that actually needs to be fixed, even if we're not going to do it this year. So I could just add it to this list. So I'm just going to leave that blank, and it's not that fun, and my handwriting isn't even as great as I wanted it to be, but it's fine. We're not doing perfection this year. Every year passes, I get a little less perfectionist, and I'm so happy about that. That's like the goal in life, is to not be a perfectionist. It's debilitating. So, okay, so we have the home thing. The financial thing is the next page actually in here. So we want to track grocery spending. So what is the biggest financial goal that you would like to accomplish in 2026? Would you love to pay off a car or student loan, create a written budget, or simply pay cash for groceries each week? Create a list of any additional 2026 financial goals you have, no matter how big or small, and refer to them throughout the year to stay focused on your long-term financial goals. So I guess we could just kind of copy this here. Let's see. So I want to track all grocery spending. This is the main thing. I want to save for a car for my son, and everything else is just kind of like basic things. It's not like huge goals, but we'll put that we want to do a quarterly pantry challenge. So basically that is, I'm going to take 1 week during a quarter and use up all of the food we have in our deep freezer and our pantry and stuff, and try to not spend money on groceries that week at all. And really I just kind of keep it going until I've used everything, and then I think it's just whatever I don't spend that week will go toward the savings goal. So I typically will say, like right now our grocery budget is $125 a week, and we've been going over that like every week, which is why I want to track grocery spending. I really need to figure that out. I think I'm going to need to increase that budget, but whatever that budget ends up being each week, so say it's $150, if I only spend $10 because I need to buy milk or eggs or something that week, then the difference will go towards my like son's car thing, my son's car fund. I want to make a monthly savings deposit. Now this is a habit I've been doing, and it's just an easy win for me. Yeah, and so what that's going to be, that's going to go on that monthly checklist, is savings deposit, and then I will always have something to check off. And then we want to do, we want to tithe weekly. I like to do it every Sunday. And we want to track spending daily, which is in the planner. On each day there's a spot to write how much money you spent that day. So as I'm adding it up, I can write in my savings tracker, not my savings tracker, I can write in my spending ledger that's in the planner here, the daily spending ledger, and then I can add it up, what I spent, and write it on the line in the planner in the weeks, which is right here on each day. Yeah, so track spending daily. So these are like the things that I'm going to be doing, like the habit things I'm going to be doing. And really that's it. I don't have anything to add other than I do have these. This is a wild card that came out of one of my Goal School Premium workbooks, I think. And I can put it here. I have decorated it, and I printed it off, decorated it, and then punched it for discs. This was actually from last year. It used to say a cruise right here, and then we decided not to go on the cruise, and since I never did fill this in, I just decided to take the letters off and change it to be my son's car savings thing, and we don't know how much we need to save for the car, so yeah, that's just going to be something we try to figure out. All right, and then personal goals. So this is the one where you track one goal for the whole year, and I don't know, I think if we look at my goals here, I need to find something that is going to take the whole year to do and isn't already like accounted for in the planner. So this one is that I want to declutter the whole house, and I'm gonna follow this plan. So this is for the weekly home projects, and it's like organizing your pantry, deep cleaning your fridge and everything. But basically each like quarter there's like a room that we're in. So like, or like a set of rooms, but it kind of follows a theme. So for January and February, it's just really small little projects, but they all tend to be in the kitchen. And so like when I'm organizing the pantry in the first week of January, that's when I'm going to go through and declutter everything out of there. If there's anything expired, or if there's just like things that I keep in my pantry that I just don't want anymore, whatever it is, then that's where I'm going to declutter that week. And then, so things like the refrigerator and freezer, I will probably just end up working on the cabinets, because we don't really have like a specific like organize your kitchen cabinet section here. So like on the days or the weeks where it says to deep clean the fridge, I'll deep clean the fridge, but being in the kitchen, maybe I will just work on like the cup cabinet that week and decluttering all the cups we don't want. So that's kind of my thought process there on how I'm going to declutter the whole house. Is I'm just going to take it little by little and follow the room that I'm in with the Passionate Penny Pincher like cleaning checklist. And then the same for like the home maintenance and yard thing. And then if you look at the monthly notes that are at the beginning of the months, it has a little thing here that says donate or throw away 25 items in your home. So basically that's like every weekday you find one thing to get rid of. That's kind of like checking it there. And I was thinking I could write those here, the 25 things. Because, you know, I do have all this note space for actual like planning notes. I thought this could be like to kind of keep track of what I'm like, maybe what room I'm working in or donating or going through. And then to take them all to the donation center, that's like a monthly action item, is to actually go take them and donate them. Or if I schedule a garage sale or something, just actually getting rid of them. So yeah, that's why I'm kind of thinking I don't want to also have it here, because I really don't like when things are like redundant. I don't like writing things twice. The finances, I'm already tracking other places. The capsule wardrobe thing isn't really something I can track. I guess I could write down each clothing item I purchased, but to go along with that is I just want to get dressed every day, and I don't know. I'm thinking that if I do that, I could kind of write it here, like how many days I got dressed in January. But I'd have to be tracking that elsewhere in the planner too. But then the other thing is that for my personal goals, that's not really a big goal that I'm tracking, would just be like doing more things I want to do versus scrolling on my phone, which has been a problem for me for years. And I keep saying I want to get a handle on that, and I never do. And I tried this last year, was doing the 1,000 hours unplugged thing, and then I didn't stick with it. So I thought I could try it again this year and write down how many hours unplugged I was each week maybe, and then add it up at the end, and then hopefully we get 1,000 hours or more here. It's 2 hours and 45 minutes a day to be able to do 1,000 hours of something. And yeah, so I don't know. Do I have the wild card out? I thought I picked one out, but I didn't. Cultivate has like these little wild cards you can get, and there's one that has 1,000 little circles you can fill in. I don't know. So this is still undecided. So I guess I don't really have anything to write there, because the same with like the Bible reading, my Bible goal is to study the Old Testament. That's all throughout this planner as well. Work stuff I don't want in there. Serving at church isn't something. And then family things isn't really like something that we're tracking all year. So I'm thinking it's going to be like 1,000 hours unplugged. I could also do steps, because I would like to do like a walking, like I want to take a walk every day. So I could track steps. I could look on my watch and see how many steps my typical morning walk was, because I did it for like a month straight. I could go and get like the average steps for that walk, because I do the same like loop in my neighborhood, and then add that up to what it should be if I did the walk all the time, and then track how many steps that was. That's a good idea, because that's kind of fun. And I'm always going to have steps, so, you know, yeah, I might do that. Now, this one here, looking forward, what's motivating right now, this year I want to. This, I guess that's kind of where I would write goals in. So I could just fill these in. And then add some extra ones like the step goal, which isn't like a real goal, but you know what I mean. Like add in, like I'd like to take a walk every day. Okay, let's do that. So this year I'm just copying these goals, and then I'll look through my, this again, and just kind of write down any other smaller finish line goals that didn't make it to the big sheet here. So this year I want to complete the autoimmune protocol. And I just wrote AI protocol, and I realize now that looks like AI as in like artificial intelligence, but oh well. I want to declutter the whole house. I want to track grocery spending. I want to create a capsule wardrobe. And I want to study the Old Testament. I'm going to use the Passionate Penny Pincher Old Testament journals, and then the reading plan that's in the planner. And I have some printable sticky notes that are coming out very soon, and I'm going to take notes in my Bible. I think I'll do a video talking about how I'm going to do, like what my Bible study plans are for next year. study the Old Testament. I want to serve at church, and I want to take walks daily. I want to play more Minecraft. I want to, did I write get dressed daily? No. I want to get dressed daily. And let me look at this as a reminder. I want to tithe more than last year. And use up all my stuff. Use up all my stuff. And read physical books. Like Kindle books or library books or the books that are on my shelf. I always listen to audiobooks and I have no problems with that. It's just that I tend to do that while I'm multitasking, and my purpose behind the physical books is that I just want something that's going to kind of force me to not multitask. So that's why I have that. I want to, I didn't finish these, so I don't really have that, but let's look at the actual planner pages here. I don't want to put work stuff on here, so I'm avoiding that one. Oh, I want to have a monthly game or movie night. So monthly games / movie night. I have one more spot. I want to do like family meetings. Have family meetings. And that way we can talk about the progress on my kid's car and what we need to do and where we're like, you know, what kind of school stuff is coming up, and fill out the big calendar downstairs. So books to read. I have a stack of books. Let me write a couple. This is, we'll do no more boring Bible study. And that's Faith Womack. I know there's more. I have a stack on my side table in our game room. I can't think of any more, but I'll write them here. Podcasts to listen to. I love the Bible Show podcast. And that's really the only podcast I listen to, because the only time I really listen to it is when I'm walking. And sometimes I also listen to my audiobook then. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm sure there's like a Formula One podcast that would be cool to listen to. But that's good that there's a spot to write those down. But really, ultimately, if a podcast seems interesting, I just add it to my Spotify, and then it's just like in there. So I don't know how much I'm gonna come back to look at that. Okay, so then we have these checklists, and I can't do anything with those now. The monthly checklist is, I don't know. So I'm gonna put a couple of things here. I want to oil the butcher block. I have a big, beautiful butcher block. And that keeps it just, you know, I don't know why I wrote an S there. I only have one. That just keeps it nice and, you know, lasting forever. I also want to clean the coffee and kettle, like the coffee maker and the kettle. And I'll do clean kettle on its own line because where I have them now, I can't run them both at the same time. They both draw too much power, and so if I have the coffee maker running, the kettle will pop. If the kettle starts running, it'll pop that breaker. So I have to do them one at a time. But those kinds of things are gonna go here. But I also have other things that are like the monthly ideas. Doing Freezer Friday with Passionate Penny Pincher, even if I don't make the same recipes they're doing, I want to like have my freezer cooking day maybe on the same day. Friday could work because of normally I will film my Plan With Me video on Friday and then get it edited and uploaded, and then after that I can do the food prep, I think. Why don't I just write freezer cooking day? Because if it doesn't work out that it's Friday, it's gonna irritate me that it's written. So freezer cooking day. And then that way I can get a bunch of stuff in the freezer for the month so that I can make sure I have food that at least I can eat. Okay. The donating items, I want to put drop-off donations. To get them out of the house. I just want to get them gone as part of my goals. Make a savings deposit. And I don't really think I have other things that are like monthly that I can write in here, but that's the kind of stuff that I'm gonna write here. I think what I'll do is start at the bottom here for things that I know are not monthly. So like changing the fridge filter. So that happens every March and September. So I wish I brought my Passionate Penny Pincher stencil over here, but I didn't. So I think what I will do is I have this Erin Condren stencil. And I feel like I have a square for that. Okay, so the biggest square on there, I'm gonna just outline the square where it's supposed to happen. And then I'm gonna not worry about any of the other ones, because if it ends up being where I end up switching it a different month, then I know I can check it off there, and then I'll know, oh, well, I actually did it in March or in May that time or something, and then I'll know when I'm supposed to do it next. So yeah, so that's what's gonna go here, that kind of thing. This is gonna be an annual checklist, and I don't have anything for that yet. I'm gonna sit down with my husband and figure that out. Emergency prep, I have nothing to add to that. This is just a notes page. The bill payment schedule, like I already said, is gonna get filled out later. And I can write these things in. I'm not going to write the Apple TV because I don't know exactly yet when I want to do that, but I do know I will need to do my Dwell audio Bible. The Dwell app. And then in July is going to be Walmart Plus. And then November is also Amazon Prime membership. The end of January is our HOA dues. But that's the kind of stuff that's going to go here. And Dwell, I'm going to just leave this here on this page. I need to go back through once I kind of figure out what we're doing as far as finances. I'm going to go and review what, is going on and what we're, basically, did anything change as far as how much it's going to cost, like for the annual membership? Like, did the price go up or whatever? And then I will have to refigure out how much each month I will need to contribute to savings for that. So I don't want to write any of that in now, and I've already typed all that there. And then I also might write here, I might write like for Amazon Prime, I know it's in November here. I might write like NOV for November, and then the amount it's supposed to be like rounded up to the next dollar. Just because I like even numbers, and then that way I'll know how much I need to make sure we have. And then that way, if there's like some extra money or something, I might say, oh, let's just finish off, that Dwell Bible. I have an extra $20 this month. Let me put it towards that, and then just say that's funded and just be done with it. I don't know. I think that's what I might do there. Okay, and then the grocery budget isn't going to happen until, or the grocery expenses isn't going to happen until January starts. There's nothing to do there. And then these are just the notes pages going into the work stuff, which I've already filled out a lot. All right, so that's all the main stuff at the beginning. I do have this, this is Go-To Meals. And this is just another wild card that I decorated and punched for discs. I am trying to figure out where that can go. I'm thinking if I do the freezer inventory, I could add it here, but I like to kind of keep that with the month. I don't know. I don't know where I want to put that. So in December, if you remember, I have this like freezer inventory sheet. I could just kind of keep that together with like the Go-To Meals and maybe make its own section so that when I'm menu planning, I have like my ideas that I know we like, and then I have my inventory of what we have so that I can use that to create my menu plan. What else do I need to add to this? I think that's everything. And then now we can actually go through, and I'm thinking I don't want to do like a full plan for January, but I'm thinking I want to look at the stickers that I have. Like we have the holiday sticker book. And like if we look at January, we can kind of start putting these in. I want to lean more into planning as I go and having things already written in the planner, because that's how you plan for things, right? So when I look at this, I don't want it to be blank. I want everything to already be written in, and not have to worry about decorating it every month and stuff like that. I just want to, I don't know, like I'm leaning into using the stickers and just putting them all in the planner now instead of decorating each month. Because these are beautiful, and if I don't do it, I will forget they exist, and then I won't use them. And I don't want that to happen. I want to use the things. So I want to try that this year. And like I said, if it ends up that I don't end up like staying in this planner, I can always decorate another planner another time. So I think I just want to like do it, right? Like just make the, yeah. So we have like MLK Day. We can kind of put here over where it said Martin Luther King Day. A lot of these are just like, I don't know where to, like what to put there. I want to put this one that says good things ahead. I want to put this here. I don't really like how it says notes, and so I'm always going to cover that up. I don't know, I'm just weird about that. On here, so we'll do an actual plan with me for this. It'll be very simple. It's going to be combined with my plan. Did I put that down crooked? Is that going to bother me? It's not going to bother me. I've decided not to be bothered by that. I think I might write my monthly scripture here, and then use my traveling checklist, my traveling to-do list concept here. I punch it on the right side because I'm left-handed so that I can just kind of write without worrying about the discs. And I will just have my monthly checklist on a regular page, like notes paper, and then that will just move through the weeks. And so this is, I feel like it's a really good spot to see my scripture for the month that I'm trying to memorize. So, because I always look at my monthly calendar, and that's just like a perfect spot for it. So I think that's what I'm going to do there. So we'll write that in when I actually do my monthly plan with me. And then let's go to February and do this. So then over here we have Happy Valentine's Day. We can go ahead and put that like here. And President's Day is here. I shouldn't have put that down. I should have whited that out first. I should have just, there. Okay. Groundhog's Day. Okay, I need to white out Groundhog Day. Do I have an Ash Wednesday sticker maybe in the Faith book, or I can use, there's a page of Faith stickers here. No, there's not anything that's like, let's look in this, because we have Ash Wednesday right there. Is there anything on here? This would be a perfect spot for that, like in the Faith book, to have like all the like Easter and Lent and all that kind of thing. In this book. I don't see one. Darn. Oh well. Maybe I can make one. Well, okay, so I don't want to cover that up. We need something to cover up where it says notes. Think positive, be positive. It's cute. So I think that's kind of how I want to do it. And then I should also go through and put all the no school stickers down that match the year at a glance. So where are those? I have a, oh, and I need to do my week number sticker. So I also have this is my Planner Kate sticker storage. And I have it on this disc album here, and I do need the week number stickers. I need to put those on my months, and then I have all of these script stickers. And so basically in like the kids one, I will need to put all of my no school stickers down, and I want to use these ones, not these ones. So we can take that out. And so I have all of, basically I just have this all. I need to do a new video on my updated sticker storage because it has changed quite a bit as I've been using up my stuff. And so I just have all like my basic planning words this week, to do this month, don't forget, budget review, and then just some extras from my my sticker book that I cleared out. And then this is like my faith section, and so Bible study, scripture. So like I would write my scripture memorizing there. So here, let's do that. Let me just do January, because we're not going to be able to do the whole thing. I'm pretty sure this video is already like 3 hours long. But let's go to January, and let's do, this is week 1, and I need to figure out where I want to put these, like as far as, I think I'll put them, I don't know. The beauty with planner Kate stickers is that I can move them. I think I will just kind of put them here. Because this is, yeah, I'm just going to line them up with the bottom corner like this. Week 1. Because the week 1 starts whenever the 1st is on Thursday or later in that week. That is week 1, on January 1st. And so for 2026, we actually have 53 weeks, which is quite interesting. Week 3, week 4, and week 5. I have extra of these. I had cut this to put in that, to see if I could fit it in there, and that's why it was in that little clear sheet. It's not. I just keep the rest of them in my other thing. I was trying to see if I could consolidate everything into one, and then I couldn't, so I just put those there to remind me to use them. Okay, so that's the week number section, and I'll do that for all the other months. And then I'm gonna put, oh, this is no school. I need the one that says scripture, and I'm gonna put right here. And then that way I will remember that's what I want to use this section for. Okay, and then if we take out our year at a glance from the beginning, that has all of my no school dates, and I can put those in too. And then I can use my washi tape, I think. I also have some Planner Kate stickers. I actually like those better. Let's do, they're like dotted lines or dashed lines. And I have them in here, I think. I have those, but I want the ones that are like, I may have put them in my reusable sticker book. Let's see. Yes, these, okay. So these, this is sheet dash 104, and we're gonna go like this. I don't know, actually, let me look at these too. I wanna see if there's like a label in here. I don't remember what we have in here. It doesn't look like it. I was thinking there might be something like a label or something, but that's okay. So we're gonna take our no school, and I want to do it like this, I think. Yeah, so we'll just kind of put this in the middle right here, and then we'll go across here. Actually, let me measure here, because we go back on that day. So let me try to get it all the way across. basically I just need it to go kind of like half and half. I'm gonna cut it and then use the other side on the next week where we have no school. And I will, there. And then we have no school here either. And so I will put this like that. Sure, that's good enough. Okay, and then we don't have school on Martin Luther King Jr. Day, so we can put that up here as well. All right, and then that's just basically how I'm gonna do it for the whole year. I'm gonna put my week numbers in. So then the thing that's gonna be different is that I need to get a second sheet of these week numbers out of my book here, because I'm gonna need, this one is also week 5 because it's the same week. So I need to put those. Oh, and I have these really cute hello stickers too. I'm gonna do these when I set up my month, because then I'll know where to put them. Like, yeah, so let me get a second sheet of those. I love these planner cake stickers. They're just so good. Okay, so week 5 I need. And then that way I will know to start at week 5 there. And basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go find a show to watch. And actually I'm probably just gonna watch all my favorite Minecraft YouTubers and go sit down and fill out all of my no schools and all of my week numbers. And that's it as far as my planner setup. We have all of our, leftover December stuff here, which is nice that I can have this here and still have the rest of my planner. And then we have the, this here. Wait, is this where it goes? Yeah, okay. I need to put something here to basically divide, but like I said, I don't have the, oh, I could use that divider that I had for November. Here, I will use this. So this was just an October divider that I covered up the month with some washi tape there. So now we have a little divider here, and look for that divider DIY like divider video if you're interested. Yeah, this is basically the planner, and then hopefully we'll have the covers done soon. Maybe I can do that all in that divider video. What I love about the dividers is that you can see them outside of the planner. That's what I wanted. I wanted to be able to see them. That's why you use a 12 by 12 piece of paper, because these actually go out to like 9 inches. And then I will probably laminate these so they don't get messed up. But that is it for this super long video. I'm going to combine all of my planner setup videos into one like massive marathon video. That's gonna be so long, like ridiculously epically long. Just because it's fun to have something like that just to turn on and watch while you're trying to work on your planners all day. So that'll come up too. But anyhow, I hope that this video kind of gave you some ideas and maybe gave you that like encouragement to not worry about making it all so super perfect, and showed you how that you can kind of make a like a DIY like disc planner that works perfectly for you. I can't wait to start making my own things to add into here. I love designing things. Check out my printable shop on my site. Right now I have sticky notes, but I have all these plans and visions for things that can go in here. And if you purchase a home planner, you actually get added to a Facebook group for the home planner, and in there lots of people share printables that they're adding to their planner too. So I don't know, it's going to be so super fun. I love the idea of this. I really hope it sticks. And I cannot wait to like just have everything I need in one spot, you know. I'm just so excited for that. So anyhow, that's it for this video. If you liked it, please give it a thumbs up, and if you really liked it, please consider subscribing, because I post functional planning videos on my channel, and if you liked this one, you'll probably like those ones too, and I'd love to see you in the next one. Thank you so much for watching. Bye.